Hello, good morning. Right, stand up, turn to the person to your left, introduce. No, I'm joking, we're not doing any of that. Good morning, thank you very much to everybody who's come along today to our very first Curious All Day event. We do lots of events throughout the year that are usually spread over a few weeks, generally a speaker at a time, occasionally a couple of speakers at a time. This is the first time we've tried to do something for the whole day. Inspired by South by Southwest, because we'd all much rather be out in the Texas sunshine, I'm sure. Before I get started with our speakers, and we are going to have some excellent speakers today. We've got all sorts of things we're covering, from music to the metaverse, from machine learning to me, and much more. So a little bit of housekeeping as we start. If you've not been here before, the toilets are out of that door and to your left. There's some here, and then through the other doors. I think those new ones are open now as well if you fancy a more posh experience. If there's no fire alarm test scheduled for today, so if you hear a fire alarm, get up and walk slowly out of the building without panicking. We do have Wi-Fi if you want to join. Look for the VCCP guest with that password, London, capital L, .2023. And if you are going to post anything to social media, to LinkedIn, wherever, please do use our hashtag SXSC Curious or SXS Curious, whichever way you want to say it. This morning, we've got a ton of stuff happening. We've got, starting off with our first guest, Kieran, who I'll introduce in a second. Then we've got Digital Lanyard. We have, we have Pinterest. We've got Emperia, who are talking about virtual worlds and how they use metaverse-ish activities for shopping. We've got Doppelgänger, who are a team of Roblox builders. Gordon Midwood from Anything World, which uses kind of machine learning to animate 3D models and build virtual worlds on command. Then we've got last minute addition, Brandon Myers from Sofar Sounds, which is a global music community. And then I'll be presenting my quarterly Curious Sparks roundup just before lunch, and then we'll have some lunch, and then Jono will take over the presenting from me, so I can have a rest. So our very first speaker, and we're absolutely delighted to have them, is Kieran Pandya, who's stood here to my left. Kieran is from Pixelynx, which is a they work in kind of metaverse, music/metaverse area with exclusive music content, in-game collectibles, playable immersive experiences, and all of that type of thing. So please give a round of applause to Kieran. Thank you.
Cheers, Peter. It's lovely to be here. I think the last time I was here, I was a fresh-faced intern coming in with the Muller team. So it's a long way from yogurt for sure in terms of what I'm going to take you through today. So I'm the partnership manager at Pixelynx, and what we do here is as Peter said, kind of mixing between experiences of music, metaverse, and gaming as a whole. But before we get into that, and I think there's a bit of context to add first and foremost in terms of the music industry, where it was and how the metaverse and all this crazy hype that's happened now is changing its experiences at the moment. If we look over the last 20 years, and headline acts like the Gorillaz and a few others have been doing a lot of stuff within music avatar production, storytelling, and all these great things for years and years. So the music industry and the way that music tells a story was always primed for this next level of avatars, gaming, and all these different things. I think the Gorillaz, for example, released a game with one of their singles way back when, I think in the early 2000s as well, when it came with a CD, stuck on your computer. Don't know how good it was, but it certainly, set the tone. So in terms of what does it mean now in, the music industry and the metaverse, and what does the future hold for the entire industry, before we get into exactly what Pixelynx do, I think it's important to, again, add a bit of context. So I guess we can start with what the metaverse is and how we define it. I'm sure you'll hear a lot about it today. There'll be several different people across the 7 layers, and these layers are changing every single day in terms of what that looks like and how it is explained to you and how you can understand the metaverse as a whole. And I think that's half of the problem, is that it is so spread out and it is so different across so many different areas that really understanding it to many people can be quite difficult, and it's constantly evolving. So, I mean, you have things from infrastructure, from 5G, Wi-Fi, cloud stuff, to all the way through to, you know, spatial computing and AR, VR, what many people think the metaverse to be, you know, the introduction of AI technology now being kind of front and center, but that's been there for a long time as well. And then experience, right? So game engine, social mechanics, all these different things that we see today. The way that we like to categorize it and we like to look at it is just how that we can fuse physical music experiences with the digital, and how can we build those two worlds predominantly together. So with all those different things and those 7, and if not more, different layers of the metaverse, how does this impact music, and what does this mean for that? So ultimately, we believe that it's going to create a new canvas for musicians, fans, brands coming into the space, all kinds of different things that you would normally see through an artist or a release or whatever that is experience for the consumer. We liken it very much to, in this evolution of technology, as being very similar to the MTV moment back in the 50s, in terms of how it changed the way that music was consumed, monetized, and distributed from radio. So a completely different shift in terms of the way that the format was being now produced, how brands are interacting with it, how it was marketed out, all these different kinds of things. And this is what these new technologies are really going to help us push forward. So, you know, new formats, asset types. We've all seen the virtual concerts over lockdown, and how those became quite tedious, and now how it's kind of pushed into something else, and, you know, digital merchandise and in-game assets and all these different kinds of things that are really going to push the field forward and set music free. We ultimately believe that game engines are going to be the center of this, along with blockchain, and we believe that because obviously the power of things like Unreal Engine, and the way to think about these things is that they're not just for game builders in terms of building an actual game, whether it's, you know, Call of Duty or whatever, Fortnite. It's that these pieces of technology can ultimately kind of create major 3D experiences, and they're becoming more and more readily available and democratized. And that, coupled with, you know, blockchain and the ability for people to monetize easily from a standpoint, really has a big impact on the music industry. It is quite archaic at the moment in terms of, you know, how publishing rights are done, how labels are interacting with different things, and how ultimately artists from certain amounts of levels, and unless you're Drake or, you know, Taylor Swift or whatever, and you're hitting X amounts of millions of streams, you're not really earning that much outside of touring and selling your merchandise. So how do we bring that power back to the community? And it's through these technologies in terms of emerging them together. We already see right now this kind of happening, and very much so over sort of the last 12 months, especially since, or 18 months since the inception of our company, for sure, is that, you know, musicians, fans, and this idea of music that was once kind of quite linear is now changing. So artists are kind of experimenting with, you know, avatars and all these different kinds of things to reimagining their IP within the space and within all these different digital areas, and again, merging their physical and virtual experiences together. You know, platforms like MetaHumans, Genie's, Ready Player Me, the guys from Doppelgänger that we're going to be speaking later today is another great example. And what it's effectively doing is that it's pushing together the way that music is seen is, you know, just, you know, you're playing on Spotify or going to concerts, and it's becoming more of a, I guess, a multimedia sort of idea and a transmedia property that then is pushing it towards film, TV, and as I said, gaming as well. That is incredibly kind of poignant because when you look at the sizes of the, you know, the respective industries and where they're at, this is a stat from 2019, and I'm sure it's changed since then. But you have sort of the music industry very much behind, you know, the box office and gaming within, you know, the lucrative nature of those industries. And when you think about music in both of those other two arenas, it's very much, it can be the center, or it's very much incredibly influential to both of those areas. So whether it's, you know, soundtracking within or scoring within a film, or different soundtracks within games or in-game experiences. So there's no reason why, through this new technology and this emergence of experience, that music cannot then come into these other places and start to have a more advantageous kind of outlook on these things. We're seeing that already with some of the tech that's being released and how musicians and artists are going around sort of changing the way that they distribute music through AI kind of technologies, through different platforms and distributing their content outside of kind of music, what we call normal music platforms, whether it's Spotify or whatever, through products that people have to buy and then have interaction with it, and then they can manipulate the music on hand through stem players. But one good example is Bronze. So Bronze is a platform where you can go onto it and effectively the track that you listen, depending on what time of the day you go or whatever parameters are set, will change in real time to what you're listening. So effectively, if you were to go in the morning and this track would then move the bass line out to make it more chilled, and if you were going at nighttime, the algorithm would work behind and make it more bassy and more heavy if you were going out after or whatever that looked like. So this idea of the format changing and emerging into all these different areas is happening already, and it's super exciting. There's so much more stuff that is coming out as we go. So where do we fit into this, and what does this all mean in terms of us and our company and what are we building? So ultimately, our aim within this, in this kind of very busy and I guess confusing landscape to many people, is to simplify it as much as possible. Make sure that artists, fans, brands, anybody in between can easily access all these touch points and effectively create this new canvas as they go. Our predominant focus is on gaming. We're a group company. There are certain other different foundational pieces, as you can imagine, around sort of rights, roundtables, working with labels, publishing places as well in terms to get these things done. We've been recently acquired as of the end of last year by Animoca Brands, who are one of the biggest Metaverse portfolio companies in the space. They own the Sandbox and a few other kind of major IP places, so that puts us in a good stead. But effectively, our mission is to take music into this next creative renaissance period. Our founders are Richie Hawtin and Deadmau5, two iconic musicians in their own right in two very different spheres, but highly innovative on musical creation, have been using game engines, live music, AI pieces throughout their careers and really pushing the boundaries when it comes to electronic music and music as a whole. So really using them and their expertise and their platform to help charge us through this journey. Our team is broken up, very much split down the middle, I would say, between people from music, from kind of major labels, rights holders, sort of hardware manufacturers within the music space, and as well as gaming experts from the likes of Activision, Meta, Guitar Hero. One of the guys, John, who works on our team, actually designed the patent for Guitar Hero, and we've got people from TikTok as well. So it's really important for us to have both sides of the coin on this and make sure that we're attacking it at both ends. Our first platform is called the Lynxer, and the Lynxer is our main kind of music platform that is we're going to be speaking about today, and effectively what it allows you to do, and it's built across mobile and desktop. The mobile feature, which is out now, which is built on the Niantic ARDK, so the same thing that Pokemon Go's built on. We're partnering with them, and it's effectively a means for you to go out in the world and instead of collecting Pokemon, you're able to collect music, experience music through augmented reality, collect tickets, earn rewards, and all those things through that. There's a big, obviously, emphasis on digital music collectibles, and that is based in the background on the blockchain. And what we mean by digital collectibles is effectively an NFT, but we want to remove all of those jargon pieces from what we're doing and make it super easy for people to understand. They'll be going through the process, they'll be collecting things, having that ownership with the musician, and then be able to manipulate those things as they go. And finally, one of the main bits is once you collect all these items, and we'll dig into the platform in a second, is that you're able to then put these into AI companions and tools to generate new forms of music and create a whole UGC sort of flywheel around that. So there is a quick trailer here. I'm going to show you the game, and then we'll jump into it from there. It's not coming through. Try it again. No, there is. It's just the wrong. Cool. So what does all of that mean, all that great stuff? Well, how does it work actually practically within the app? So as I mentioned before, the first part of the app and the discovery tool within it is for you to be able to go around the world, explore the world, discover these musical content. Again, instead of collecting Pokemon, you're collecting pieces of music. From a brand's point of view, this could be very much, brand sponsors of your musician. If it was Pepsi, for example, you collect Coke cans and experience different music within that. The idea is that you then collect tracks or different tickets or virtual merchandising from the artist as you go. Once you've collected those things and done several different quests, you then earn sort of different rankings within the game, and you're able to unlock in real life collect rewards as well as in-game rewards. So whether that's the idea that you can get a backstage pass to a certain artist venue, or tickets to the venue, or discounts off merchandise, or in-game kind of access to different exclusive tracks and so on and so forth. With all of those collectibles, and some of those collectibles will actually be music files and musical elements as well, is that you can then take those away and train within the game to create different music from that. So because it's based on the blockchain, you have a degree of ownership on that, and then you have rights to then try to manipulate music and create a whole new art form with that. And as it says, play quests and earn rewards. I'll show you a quick video of the app itself. Won't dwell too long on this. But you get the idea. So we're making it super easy for people to come into this, log in with your social logins, and from there on in, set up your avatar. So the idea is that the game is set up very much as, first and foremost, a game. It's not an NFT drop, it's not a cash grab, it's very much a game, and it's just the underlying blockchain technology is within there. You then activate your camera for AR, and there's a couple of more actual real-life examples which I'm going to show you later. You then find these anomalies and these different collectibles as you go. And again, we'll dig into this in a certain slide in a second, but when it comes to brands or consumer-facing stuff which you guys might be working on, we can use this treasure hunt mechanic to really kind of spread out campaigns across different areas and have people interacting, pushing them to retailers and so on and so forth from in that. And here shows the inventory of the tracks you may have collected, and you interacting with your progress and how that then can earn you rewards. So in effect, it's a way to almost show super fandom or fandom through gaming within music and reward users through different experiences. So instead of it just being that, and the reason why we have this whole UGC mechanic within there is that we do believe that once you've taken or collected those items from the app or within the desktop game as well, what does that then mean? Like, how do you then take that musical art form to the next level? So what we've done is we've classed all those assets that you're collecting within the world as either music DNA, or if it was a brand, it would be brand DNA. And you're able to then, as a user, go and collect these things, piece them together. Once you have those items within your collection, as I said, you're then able to take them to the creator tools or level them up with your companion to get different rewards. So effectively what that allows us to do, and especially with the creator tools, and we'll go through a case study as I mentioned shortly, is that it allows you to then have this continuous wheel of UGC content that's always on. So your fans, your customers, whoever, are consistently challenged through quests and mechanics to create new content, interact new content they could potentially monetize from, content that you guys can share through the messaging and so on and so forth. So it really flips it on its head in terms of music creation and how to really bridge kind of fans and musicians closer together as well. So as I said, then this gives us this whole sort of system of abilities to break down a musical release or brand campaign into several different areas across all those separate different things. So whether it's launching the AR Quest through a musician's catalog or through a brand release that's tied to music, we can have people interacting with different pieces as they go from there, and different rewards and UGC music videos. Conscious of time, so I'm going to kick through some of these slides quite quickly, but this is kind of where we are now as a platform. We have 60,000 digital quests being completed by players in 3 months. We're still in the alpha phase. We've done 3 alphas. We're in our last alpha at the moment, and we're going to go into hopefully an open beta towards Q3, Q4 this year. We've done 15,000 sales of units of digital collectibles within the ecosystem, so we're already proving monetization. We have, as I've mentioned, obviously already been acquired within the first sort of 18 months of the company, which is a great thing for us. And ultimately, we have a whole roster of partners and investors behind us already, mainly from a music standpoint, but as you can see, we have key partners from Netflix. We're doing something really cool with their IP, which will become more publicly facing soon. LG TVs, we have a deal with them later on into this year to have the Metaverse content displayed across all of their TVs within their smart TV sort of interface, and Niantic as well from that side of things. So to finish, I really wanted to go through this because this is currently what we're working on, and this is currently what the beta is around. We partnered with Spinning Records, who are one of the biggest labels, I would say, EDM dance music, and particularly within the Warner Group as well. They're part of that group for the release of their track Nikes, which is being actually re-released by Joel Corry. It was originally done by Ron Carroll, and that was released a couple of weeks ago. We have reimagined how that release will happen and really brought our whole platform to that. And this character on the right-hand side of the screen, your left, is our first virtual artist that we're launching called Cypher. And he and the community behind him, through the Quest systems and all the things that we're doing, have a key part to play within this whole campaign. So we've broken this campaign down from music video to the AR Quest and the ability for people to discover the music through treasure hunts, all the way down to a remix competition that allows the fans and who are questing and going through this to be able to release a track once they've acquired the stems through the game via Spinning Records, which is going to come out slightly later on. So we'll start with the music video.
Check it out, y'all. I'm walking down the street with my Nike song. Everybody's in a song, playing games like practice song. I'm walking down the street with my Nike song. Everybody's in a song, playing games like practice song. I'm walking down the street with my Nike song. Everybody's in a song, playing games like practice song. I'm walking down the street with my Nike song. Everybody's in a song, playing games like practice song. Check it out, y'all. Check it out, y'all. I'm walking down the street with my Nikes on. Nikes on. I'm walking down the street with my Nikes on. Watching people get it on. Playing games like practice on. I'm walking down the street with my Nikes on. Everybody's in a song. Playing games like practice on. I'm walking down the street with my Nikes on. Everybody's in a song. Playing games like practice on. Check it out, y'all.
So with that, you can see how we started to introduce the game, use loads of our AI kind of machine building behind it to add all those different effects and really start the campaign off with this. From that point, we also had the AR scavenger hunt happening globally, and that actually ends tomorrow, so the game is still live, but it will go down tomorrow if you guys want to have a look at that. It's on the App Store. And effectively what it allowed you to do is go around and collect the track. So you can see here, I think that's in New York, that's an actual screenshot from someone that's sent in through the quest system. They found the track, they're listening to it, and they're going around and doing the different quests that are going to give them different rewards, whether that's different access to different things further along the line with the spinning roster, and so on and so forth. And obviously their ability to then actually hold the track and be able to view it and listen to it. So there's a quick video here. I won't spend too long on this, but it gives you the idea. Anyway, so the next phase of that, as people are moving around collecting all these different things, they're challenged to do different tasks within the ecosystem, within the AR app, and obviously seen the emergence of our first virtual artist. Those two things then connect within the remix contest. Players have to enter our Discord. Everything's run through the Discord, all the community, all the questing, all the challenges, all the XP notes, everything through that is run through the Discord. And players are then challenged to go out, find the songs, do all those things, and download stems within the ecosystem that we've created. Those stems then give fans the chance to almost be the ghost producer behind our first virtual artist, Cypher. They're able to then submit their remix to the spinning roster and the powers that be at spinning. That then gets pulled into a shortlist, and that track will be released later in April, whereby the rest of the community within that, all those engaged individuals, and are then voting on the shortlist of tracks. And then from the community, that track is then chosen, released on Spinning Records. And with that, there's going to be another music video that's going to be completely UGC focused. So it's effectively going to have the avatar in question is a Clone X. So we're going to have loads of different, hopefully, Clone X's within there. All these different kind of communities hopefully coming on board and doing that. But that's kind of a thing in working at the moment. To give that, that piece back to the community as well. So again, just to break that down, fans help create the game, the lore within the game, the narrative within the game. They play the games to win rewards. They vote to help share the final track. They have input in the final track. They could be the producer behind the final track. We then release that AI remix within the Spinning Records ecosystem, and we have these discovery moments with AR, and really change the way that whole release has now happened and how it flips on its head for community. So that's an example, and that's kind of just to wrap up kind of where we are. And our real ethos, again, is just to let users, fans, brands, consumers, whoever's coming into our space, really tell their story through music, creativity, and experience. And ultimately what we want to do is just allow players to have that closer connection with their artist or whoever that may be within the space, and use these technologies to give themselves that personalization, that storytelling, that ownership within all these experiences that are happening today. So thank you very much. Cheers. No worries. Cheers, man. Yeah.
I can shout as well. Thank you very much. That was absolutely fascinating. I forgot to mention to you earlier, all these screens that you see around you, we've got a whole load of experiences for you to play with during the breaks, one of which will be after the next talk. So you could come and practice your dance moves and your lightsaber coordination in virtual reality here. You could take part in an augmented reality fashion show here, show off your gaming skills, see our VCCP principles in augmented reality. We've got Cowry Consulting as one of our new people. They'll be showing off, talking about what they do over here. We've got a virtual bubble for the little O2 robot motion packed. All sorts of stuff all around the room, so do play with those in the breaks. But next, I want to introduce to you two guests, one of whom is still just getting mic'd up at the moment. We have Neil Gannon, who's to my left here from Digital Lanyard. I'm just getting mic'd up at the moment, is Steve Machin from Vatum. And they're going to tell us how to activate and mobilize target audiences in ways never before possible with the next generation of digital event wallets. There will be prizes, there will be interactivity, so please do pay attention and get involved. So Neil and Steve.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Of course. That would help, wouldn't it? And again.
Keep going.
No, other way.
Other way. Hang on. I don't know what's happening.
Press the
There we go. That one. The right one. Right.
Technology, eh?
Thanks.
We'll start again. It's on here.
Oh, perfect. Right, good morning. My name is Neil Gannon, and this is obviously Steve Matchin here beside me, and I'm from, the company is called Collector, but we are going to talk to you about what we call the digital lanyard. So just give you a background about where we've come from and what we're about. We have a number of guys within the team. There's 4 of us that are founders who have years and years of experience in events and festivals. Myself in brand marketing. We have a couple of guys in the team that also have launched web platforms, tech companies, and sold out. So we've got quite a balance and quite a mix. But we're going to kind of tell our story today through the lens of a festival, because it's coming up to season, and we feel that one of the really strong points of the wallet is how that we can combine all of the functionality that you want literally in a web app. So that's literally, it doesn't have to be downloaded obviously from a web app. That gives that whole functionality within one spot. Now, as we said earlier on, there is some giveaways. The Easter eggs are part of ours. You can scan the QR code here on the left and it'll actually generate a small wallet that hasn't got a huge amount of functionality within it. We have some demos within it as well, but it has your agenda for the day, but it also has a scratch and win, and you can win this. We will be looking for certain things in the room later on, so we're going to have a little bit more of an interactive, a little bit more fun today, but there is a lot of eggs there, guys, and who doesn't like to win chocolate? But to put us in the mood of the festival, we're going to start with a video from Elro. Just to give you a sense of the numbers in Elro, 30,000 people, we had 10,000 that activated the wallet. That's a huge conversion rate. And we know from what we're getting back, from the data points that we're getting back from that, the richness is there from our brand partners as well. So I think we'll just go into the video. Please. Oh my God, I'm not very good at clicking, am I? So that's showcasing some of the connectivity that we can bring to an event like a festival. So if you think about the joys of going to a festival today, when you're actually queuing up and you're trying to download the bloody ticket or find the email or whatever else that is, you can have all of that done beforehand. The other issue from a data perspective is that, from a brand perspective, when you look at data, is that the ticket sellers, like, your ticket masters, etc., own that data and own that relationship. We're now partnering with festivals right across the country where we can take ownership of that and then create the relationship with the festival goers in situ, both before and after. So pre-engagement, we can reach out to the festival goers, telling them about the Lanyard, where they have all that information in relation to what's happening. They can get push notifications from brands. They can engage with the Lanyard and actually win cool stuff in situ, like you saw at Elrod. There was a VIP access opportunity there. Or you can push them to site to do sampling. And then post-engagement, we have
an opportunity to send through content, because we think that with the digital wallet, you also have your cashless in there as well. It's everything within one web app that allows festival goers or fans or event goers, because this is not just about festivals, to have everything that they need in one space. And this is what we have termed literally the digital lanyard, to engage and mobilize your target audience like you've never been able to before. As a previous brand director for some quite well-known brands, I've sponsored music for years. And the frustration like 10 years ago was that we were just wallpaper, whether that was Tea in the Park in Scotland or events that I used to do with Stella Artois. And we decided kind of to pull back. We wanted more engagement. This certainly allows it for us, because you want to give notification. You want to push people into directions on site as well that work. And this is what, when we go back and talk to festivals, and we're talking to some huge brands about this, they're going, at last, there's something here that they can bring everything into one space. So just to give you, you've seen from an LRO perspective what we can have in here. So here you can have your tickets, you can have obviously the event information, which is great. So what stage, who's playing where do I need to be at this time? With push notification, obviously that can come in there as well. The scratch and win, you can win samples of whatever depending on the partners. The smart digital collectibles, the NFTs, we're seeing a lot, especially with the success of Coachella in the US. I think, Steve, how many millions did they raise from NFTs? Just from selling NFTs, which is a huge amount of money from a festival perspective as well. What's interesting here as well, we can push the consumers back onto the high street as well. We're offering opportunities for people to go. We're talking to a well-known supermarket chain that are heavily invested into festivals, but they have had the issue, well, that's great when they're there, but how do we get them into our loyalty program, and how do we get them onto the high street as well? The app allows them to do that. The app, we find what people are starting to tell us, the feedback we're getting, they're holding on to this wallet, because come September, October, they're already buying their tickets for the following season. And one of the biggest things that we're seeing as well from a ticket perspective is that people are gifting tickets at Christmas. So we're seeing that the app is actually, has this relevance right through the year. It's not just for the 3 days of a festival, as we're using that as the example. So what we believe, well, not what we believe, what we can definitely bring scale through multiple events and festivals. It's quite difficult to get into these events and festivals, and you have to have the right pitch and the right product for these guys, which the feedback we're getting is we definitely have it. Offering real-time engagement with your audience at the festival. So this could be anything from the Coachella size to your 20,000, 30,000 festival. Customer retention is everything. So if you can reward your customers by giving them something whilst they're in this festival mood, everybody is in that happy place, but you also have that opportunity to engage with them live at the festival, but you can direct them where they need to go. And conversion from the events back to the high street, which is, I think, is key, because that data points, we're tracking these guys, and all that data is coming back with regard to the redemption that we're seeing then going back onto the high street. Innovations through the wallet, there's so much more that we can do in the wallet than what we've even talked about today. Steve is going to go through some of the functionality and some of the fun games that we're going to play in the room later on. And you can stand out from the crowd as well. There's no point going and badging a festival or an event. You have to have something else to have that interaction, or you should. And we also have live content opportunities. We have another partner product as well that offers live content, which we can easily embed into the app as well. It's over to you.
Thank you, Neil. Hello, everybody. So,
Press that one. Okay, press it.
Thank you.
Keep pressing it.
Thanks. That's the technology in the room is great. So, as Neil said, thanks actually to Neil. Thanks to VCCP for having us as well. Scan the QR code. Get your wallet, it's a web wallet, scratch game, find someone with a badge. If you win an Easter egg, the eggs are over there. It's free chocolate, get involved. First up though, a bit of audience participation. I want you to all see how easy it is to get a wallet. Can you get the billboard page live? So, it's 4 bottles of Pepsi here, scan the QR code. First 4 people, get a Pepsi. Who's going to get up there? You can't. Oh yeah, there we go. Alex is up there. Guest. We don't know who the guest is. Oh, another guest. See, we haven't got the names. So, Alex wins. Alex wins a Pepsi. So for people that scan this, what you should have got on your phone now is an empty bottle of Pepsi, which you share. When you share it with 3 people, you get a free bottle of Pepsi, so you can go and redeem it at the merch counter at the venue. One thing we're doing this summer is instead of bottles of Pepsi, they're going to be empty seats. And there'll be 30 of them. There's a few empty seats here. The people that go to the show, they scan, and they win the front row seats at the concert. And it's powered by Pepsi, Doritos, whatever the brand is. It's a really great way of bringing that brand to life, engaging, and the main thing is first-party data. No one's mentioned it yet today. Everyone wants first-party data. This is what this does really effectively. Can you go back to the presentation? So that was Pepsi. I'm going to show a little video now about there we go. Yeah. Whoop. Full screen.
Do you want some help clicking or anything? No? Okay.
No, I think I'm okay actually. With full screen? No. Anyway, well, I'm going to show you a little video now of some work we did with PepsiCo for Frito-Lay's North America. That's quite impressive, right? We quite like that. PepsiCo really like that. The main thing that we've discovered with all this NFT, blockchain, all this stuff is no one cares. Very few, some people care. Very few people care. Most people who buy Doritos or Frito-Lay chips, they just want to win the tickets to the World Cup. So we have taken the philosophical view to abstract out all the crazy keys, crypto, blockchain stuff away from the user experience and just make it super easy for them to get the stuff they want while using the technology to power the experiences. I've got one more URL to show you. I'm going to get back to the squirrel. And if you go to it's very quick. No.
The squirrel is there on the deck, isn't it?
No. Oh, maybe actually.
It is there. The QR code is there. The next slide.
Yeah, there you go, that one. Yeah. So, oops. God, this mess. So this is a wallet that I created earlier, which should work. Yeah, there we go. So this is a fake brand that we created called Squirrel. You help the squirrel find the hazelnuts, you win prizes. Replace the squirrel with your brand. Happy days, have a nice time. You've got, there's like information about the acorn hunt. There's a scratch and win game here, which if you scratch off the card, you will see whether you've won. I did win. Look at that. Amazing, right? Who knew that I was going to win that? If I go back to my wallet here, we can deliver vouchers. Watch and earn is a thing. I'm not going to play the video because it's long, it's dull, but watch and earn means you literally have to watch and you earn points. So if you watch the whole video, you get an NFT that token gates you into another experience. We did this very successfully in the Metaverse for Google Cloud Developer Conference, where to proceed through the experience, you had to watch videos. We had 15,000 people in this Metaverse space watching, playing games with Google. Really, really efficient. So it's a web app. It's not downloadable. There is a downloadable version, but the onboarding piece is super easy. So literally, you just in there, you scan, you get in, and you have a nice time. Can we go back to the presentation? I'm going to show you one other quick video. We think that wallets are important, ownership of objects is important, and AR, Pixelynx doing a great job with AR, overlaying a digital experience onto the real world. This is something we did with State Farm in the US last year.
In State Farm's first return to experiential since the pandemic, we wanted to push the boundaries of innovation with a groundbreaking hybrid campaign specifically targeted to millennial and Gen Z audiences. Welcome to the Team State Farm Football Find. The Football Find was a high-tech augmented reality experience where players, using a mobile device, would look for virtual footballs and share the app with friends for a chance to win branded swag, one-of-a-kind tokens, or gift cards. Thinking about connecting the digital with the physical experience, State Farm had redemption trailers in and around the Kansas City area so fans could interact with us in person as well as through the augmented reality game. Filling up their digital Team State Farm wallets, fans could redeem footballs for prizes, both digital and physical. And then something crazy happened. It went viral.
It went viral. It went viral!
Over 1.3 million digital footballs were collected in 4 days. Over 43,000 unique users participated. The Team State Farm Football Find was a mega success for us, and we're delighted that our customers are engaging with our brand in a new, different, innovative, but super fun way.
Team State Farm Football Find, you rocked it.
It's an amazing campaign that a lot of people put together, but super successful. So if you want to play with Squirrel, you want to have that experience on your phone, scan that QR code now, and you will get the Squirrel experience on your phone. You can all play. You can win some hazelnuts, have that fun experience. No scanners, okay. And then...
Let's go on to them. Yeah.
So, this is the one. Scan this.
The big prize.
There's an elephant in the room. We're not going to tell you what it is, that's the joke. There's an elephant in the room. The first 3 people... 2. Is it 2? Oh, 2. Oh, yeah. Budget, sorry.
Budget.
2. The first 2 people who come into our system on the back end of this are going to win a pair of... We didn't call them AirPods, we called them
There's a choice. You can
get Android or iOS devices. So find the elephant. If you click the elephant, it will give you today's official NFT, which is the VCCP logo as a 3D object, and you might get a pair of headphones. So hopefully that's a good demonstration.
They're not looking.
They're not looking, right?
You
get that. Well, you can do it anytime, right? You go on. Yay. Amazing. So hopefully this has been a nice interactive experience for everybody early in the morning, and and some demonstrations of ways in which brands can engage in real ways in the real world with this technology. Thank you very much.
Has the second elephant been found? We got 1. Oh, we have 2. And please don't forget, you got to win some Easter eggs as well. So use the QR code over here to get your Easter eggs with the scratch and win.
Yay, we have a second winner. Yay, amazing.
Well done.
Yeah, we're all good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. So good. Perfect. Thank you. Thanks so much to our speakers. Yes, very happy, everybody. Don't forget to scan and get your Easter eggs. They're posh Easter eggs as well. They're really nice ones. I did try and get one for myself last night. Wasn't allowed to, so. Our next speaker, I'm really absolutely delighted to have him here. Looking around to try and see him. Mark Carroll from Pinterest. Now, Mark is funny because I follow him on Twitter, and we've sometimes exchanged a few interactions. We've sometimes exchanged a few interactions on Twitter, so we just had that weird thing where we meet each other in real life for the first time and go, oh, hello. But anyway, Mark is here from Pinterest. He's a creative strategy lead. He's here to give us a rundown on the big trend predictions to watch out for in 2023 and new features for Pinterest users and brands to help turn inspiration into action and take you from idea to I did. So a big round of applause, please, for Mark.
Yep. Cool. Hello, everyone. NFTs, Metaverse, all of that stuff. Banging soundtracks and free prizes. I don't have any of that. I'm coming from an 11-year-old platform. But I think I've still got something for you. So I've also seen the content coming up as well. So I did feel like, I'm in an interesting space here to win you over. And what I'm going to be talking about is trends versus fads, kind of getting back to future planning. And this comes from, again, the experience that we've got, what we're going through, thinking about the future, because that is very much where Pinterest is positioned. We're thinking about the future. So what we're going to go into here is kind of a little bit about us, but also kind of some of the things we're seeing in the industry from both brands, agencies, feedback. So I think, again, this is more on that kind of level and view. Now, one of the key things, and I'm sure we appreciate this, any Wu-Tang fans might appreciate it a little bit more, uncertainty rules everything around me. The fact that a lot of what we're talking about at the moment is quite negative. Outside in the world, there is a lot going on in the real world. Then if we actually take on a lot of what you're going to see today, the digital landscape's changing. So there's also a lot of things going on. There's a lot of new stuff going on. There's a lot out there, a lot of talk. What will that future include? It's also a bit uncertain and needing to understand it. So again, what we really want to think about and the position that we play and where we're coming from as a platform is really not going into that uncertainty, which is very easily done. Again, there's a lot of negativity. So just to position ourselves again, it's a little bit more, we can go into that uncertainty or embrace that positive and predictable. So this is just to also reset that understanding of Pinterest. So who here over the last 10, 11 years has used Pinterest? It's a good show of hands. I reckon I might win that one. Right. So also on that is, again, embracing the positivity. We are not a social media platform. People don't come to Pinterest to share opinions, look for news, there's less anxiety. We actually see it's the opposite. Our users tell us, it's a safe space, it's quite nice. It's about me, it's personal, it's what I can do, it's dreams and ambitions for the future. So again, when we think about that media mix that we're often put in, again, we play a very, very different role. We kind of want to level set and establish that and get into something today. And then the key bit for today, anyone going to be brave enough, what's the difference between a fad and a trend?
Time period.
Good stuff. So did we do that? Yes, we've got there, dictionary, fad, a style, activity or interest that is popular for a short period of time. So again, short-termism versus trends, a general development or change in a situation or the way people are behaving. Pinterest, we've always tried to stay true to trends, and we're going to get into some of our predictions, looking forward to 2023 and beyond, and trends. And what we really want to kind of land there is that trends to us are long-term. These are behavioural changes. And what I think's happened to the word trend over the last few years in a variety of different ways for a variety of different reasons is trend has got shorter and shorter, if anything. The speed of things we have got to keep up with is part of that anxiety-inducing world that we live. Again, trying to know what is happening now, what is the most relevant thing now. Oh God, no, I haven't seen that thing on TikTok. The speed that it is changing, and there is nothing wrong with that. There is great, entertaining, exciting stuff. But it's hard to keep up with. It's even harder to react to or be there and align to as a brand. So that short-termism is starting to rule us a little bit too much. So again, we fundamentally believe that we can live against trends and still remain long-term. We like to use this version of the baked feta pasta, if anyone saw that in sort of around 2020 time. Very popular. We class this as a fad. Reason being is loads of people gravitated to it, Media were talking about it. It was getting written up everywhere. That was going on. But at the same time, we knew why. Actually understanding what the need was there, the reason that this fad has taken off. And that's become the poster boy almost for it, or poster girl, whichever way around. But really, when we're looking at it, is that was kind of a trend on there. And it was really the easy dinner recipes was what resonated within that piece. We knew that that was just one example of it that really took off into mainstream culture. You could find plenty more at volumes and be amongst that. So rather, again, our take on that is rather than react to the one, what is it that's underlying within there, be amongst it for longer. So again, the fad is a surprisingly easy dish to try. I might do it. I might be able to do this. I'm in. But really that trend is a quick and easy, a need for a quick and easy recipe in daily life. And that's what we were seeing. And that didn't disappear quickly. That wasn't a one and done thing. That stuck around for months and months and months, if not years, within that space and still there. So again, when we're looking at trends, we're trying to figure out that art and science of it. We're doing the data examination. And again, there's tons of data out there. Every platform, more and more data. The more people use it, the more data is, the faster it's getting, the more the people use it every day. We're doing a big job on curation when we look at a trend. So this is the other point here. It's not just what's the most popular, what's the loudest voice in the room. It's actually, you know, what's the most kind of interesting, tangible trend, again, on that behavior, what's going to stick around, what's got something about it other than just necessarily that loudest voice and number one piece. We're also looking at inclusion. Now that comes to the point of, you know, not every trend or fad out there that pops up is for everyone. Again, we can quite often, again, feel a bit anxious. Am I missing something? Do I not understand this? Where did it come from? God, I've got to research it. Turns out it only started yesterday. Wait, I'm not too late. But yeah, inclusion is really about thinking about these trends. Are they local? Are they a country-specific thing? Are they global? Are they a particular gender? Are, you know, all of the pieces that come with it. What is the understanding of that trend? And again, how long is it going to last? What is it that's in there? And then accountability. That's something that we hold ourselves out, because again, we're curating and pointing these out a little bit more. We don't have a bar on the side or kind of a piece where it's like we're shouting about them and you go and find it yourself necessarily. So therefore, again, you get a lot more curation from us when it's the big stuff. And they last longer on Pinterest. So I think this is kind of a graph that I do really like from around the 2020s, where again, in here, I concentrate. There's that blue line there, which is kind of the internet. So again, mentions, searches, all of that good stuff on that blue line. You see that peak. Something set that peak off. Someone probably mentioned it, who was very popular. Someone did something with it. A lot of eyeballs saw it. A lot of people searched for it for a bit, and then it dies down. On Pinterest, you start to see that something can trigger that spike, and then it does stay there with a bit more longevity and tangibleness to it. Again, it's not about that in and out and done and how long is this going to last. There is sustainability to it within there as well. Mugwort, which I'd never heard of. I didn't get on this trend myself personally, but you know, it's a good graph. The blue line, again, showing that that sort of spike comes up. But again, the longevity of how it builds and grows. So when we're talking about trends, and specifically if we're identifying trends for brands, what we're also looking at within this is how do you grow with them, not try and appear on that peak. When is it at peak? How do you react to it? We want to actually discover this stuff, give you the heads up, and then you start to grow with it. So then you're there at the peak, if there's a peak, even staying there through the plateau as well within that. And again, we've called some of this stuff before. So like some of the trends that we've kind of pulled out here, this is, I'm going to go into the 2023 trend report. This one's taken from 2022, but we named it Barkitecture. Now again, this, if we scratch the surface of this quirky name, it was the fact that we were seeing people taking home renovation, which is very popular on Pinterest, and applying it to their pets, specifically like dogs over-index cats in that. It actually makes total sense. We know a lot of people bought dogs during lockdown and those kind of through those couple of years. It starts to transcend in it. People were looking to adapt their home for this new pet and new best friend that they've got. So we named it Barkitecture. We said this is starting to grow. And sure enough, these are some of the headlines after we've called that start to hit the kind of mainstream media and calling that out and using the term. Same as dopamine dressing. That's something where, again, more bold colors, people expressing themselves more, wanting to feel good in what they wear, seeding that term, seeing that there is something going on in searches where people are looking for this stuff more. We're not calling it when it happens, we're calling it before. So as the year went on, again, you get the headlines, the media picking up on this. You start to see it everywhere, again, across other platforms as well. So again, this is something we've called it, but it doesn't mean it only lives on Pinterest and we own this and you have to come here for it. We're helping you understand the real world and the real humans out there as well. So again, it grows through the year and this terminology starts to become common. So what I'm going to jump into now is what we're predicting for this year, like a couple of examples of that. And generally, what we've seen is 8 out of 10 of our predictions come true. Now, those 2 that don't come true, they're not complete duds. They're just, you've got a quite high threshold. The other great validator of this is there is a guy whose name I've totally forgotten now, looked back over 16 years of trend forecasting, everything that had gone out there, and it turned out you've got about a 50-50 chance of getting it right. So again, as you're a trend forecaster with 50% getting it right, that's a pretty good, easy place to be. So we're hitting 8 out of 10. So again, we're over that 50% threshold. So for a platform, making predictions for the year ahead of what's going to be important and what people are going to be interested in, that is a really, really strong place to be. Anyone that is giving you trend forecasting where they have a reputation of being right over 50% of the time, listen to them. That must be good stuff. And not just because we're in that group. But Pinterest predicts 2023. So very quickly, this is how we kind of lay them out. They've got some very quirky names here. So a lot of this stuff might not make sense to you as you're reading them off. Rust Married, Mushrooms, Sci-Fi Fits, Beyond Pink and Blue, Date Different. Again, on the surface of this, they're not going to necessarily make sense to you at the moment. But what we're going to do is we'll dig into a little bit. So, quick quiz. Annoyingly, I don't have prizes. YOLO years. Anyone bold enough to take a guess at what the trend for 2023 YOLO years is? What is the definition of that? What are we predicting the trend for this year behind YOLO years?
Over 50s travel.
Over 50s travel? No. I shouldn't have done that so blatantly. That's going to scare people, calling them out of like doing it that harshly. Sorry. No judgment. Any guesses, right? Parties. Yes. So if we take that over 50s, parties were in a much better range within that space. So YOLO years is the fact of not just at the over 50s partying, but even beyond that, like 60s, 70s. Anniversaries as well within there. The family searching for this, wanting to celebrate those big milestones. So we're seeing, again, we've been a space and place for party planning for a long time and planning events and all those kind of things. And what we're seeing over index, again, is going into that older generation and people really cherishing that time and kind of into that space. So again, some of the terminology that's going on there, golden anniversary party, silver 25th anniversary cake, 80th birthday party, decorations, good people putting the thought in there. 100th birthday parties as well. You know, ideas for that, more and more of them. That's good to see, living longer. So then the next one to guess, the 4th trimester. Any guesses on that?
The first 3 months of motherhood.
Yes. So this is that weird bit. We've been in a world... And you've read the report, right? Like, yes, where was it? Parenting. I'm pregnant, and then I'm a parent. And really understanding that what we were seeing in the data and the search is that kind of few months after giving birth is kind of the space where people want advice. You're in the unknown. You are pregnant, loads of advice. I'm now parent. Oh, God, I've got to get my head around this. It's like, you know, we think it's like probation period. It's fine. Let's see how you get on. But this is people actually looking for that advice within there. So we've kind of termed and named that the 4th trimester within there, really seeing that that is the space and place. So for brands, really important to kind of take that into consideration, not be like, okay, our role is over here, our role is over here. You know, there really is a different kind of space, mentality and way to be there. So whether that's new parent meals, postnatal essentials, postnatal hampers, these are just a few examples of the kind of search terminology and language being used in the bigger trend. And don't forget in this versus other platform, all of this terminology here, it's not about putting that in necessarily into your creative. It's helping this guide you and find an opportunity in an audience. This language would be very different for every single parent that's feeling the same thing. It's not everyone is going, new parent presents. There's loads of ways of saying that same thing. So that's also a way of looking at the data, that it's not common language every time and a term specifically that's being used to build these trends. And as you can imagine, in other platforms, it tends to be a little bit more that. So you can explore them by their themes and categories. So again, to help you, there's well-being, travel, food and drink, fashion, parenting. Those kind of categories that generally brands know about. Then we kind of go, you know, we're also interested in the audiences. So who is it that's in those? And again, you'll see it's not exclusive, that Gen Z is just those. Some of them cross over, multi-generational, some of them across all, but helping you again if you're coming at it from an audience first point of view. But then most importantly, what we've introduced is kind of another way of thinking, the cultural drivers behind that, knowing that that's not how everyone plans or thinks about their brand in this space. So really, you know, we're hearing today, there's big data, there's a lot of information out there that you can point to, that you can use, that you could post-rationalize or rationalize in a very good way. But I think like not enough of the human insight. So again, what is that human insight that is driving this? So again, for a brand, that kind of comes a little bit more about knowing how personal these searches are, that these are in a moment. This isn't a trend based on how I want to project myself, how I want to be seen. It's not a curated view of the world or what you're willing to say that you like. This is genuinely what you are looking for in your life. And if you can't read this up here, how to get the perfect red lips? Quick, easy, that one, quite straightforward. We think we know what they're looking for. Someday I miss being a dancer. Do they want to be a dancer again? Were they a dancer? Are they a great dancer? I don't know. But actually, this board's very different because this is about nostalgia. This is about feeling. This isn't about necessarily, you know, an actual thing they might not go and do. How to dress like an architect. None of this is mine, by the way. How to dress like an architect. Are they an architect? They want to fraudulently be an architect. We do not know. Tom Hardy and dogs, even more of a mystery, but someone has noticed there's a lot of Tom Hardy and dogs. It makes them smile. They've made a board of it. And then in the middle here is my favorite, my dream cafe and storefront. Is this person sat at a desk frustrated, dreaming of one day opening a cafe? Do they have the keys to the space and they're now looking to decorate it? We don't know, but that is a big example of the fundamental life shift. So yes, there are weddings, there's party planning, all of those kind of things. But you get to this point where you're really influencing someone's life and dreams about opening that business. So again, how tangible, important, and most importantly, actionable when you're in that stage. So weirdly, that's a great example for a kind of FinServe brand. Again, banking being in that space as well. So then on to that point of how all that human kind of behavior puts in there, authenticity. Are you lacking connection and you're looking for it within that? Creativity, inclusivity, sustainability, and self-improvement. So again, bucketing those a bit more where brands maybe want to play with their values and again, determining them by basically the motivator that is there behind the human versus just looking at the data. What age are they or anything like that? So hopefully that makes sense. And then another important bit within here is more your brand than the hashtag. So as I pointed out earlier, these trends, we don't expect you to use the word YOLO years in your creative. That actually isn't going to mean anything to anyone outside of this room after someone's guessed it and then I've explained it. So it's not about using that. So again, other platforms, you quite often have to adapt yourself as the brand to be more like the meme or the hashtag. You have to fit in. And sometimes, again, brands have got way better at this reactive stuff and fitting in amongst that and reacting to trends. Sometimes it does feel a bit awkward. Sometimes it feels forced. Sometimes someone does it way better than you. On Pinterest, again, you're not going for the hashtag. You understand the trends there. And actually, as a brand, you're probably very functional and got a really relevant role to be in that space. For example, these here are all examples, very product-heavy examples of embracing trends over the last couple of years with that trends badge on there. As you can see, this was all stuff that already existed, can sit amongst what we've identified. Skinimalism, a couple of years ago, was a big trend, moving away from more makeup, more beautiful natural skin. Nivea, brilliant. You've got assets sat there. We've got a trend. You can sit against that and be really brand explicit. You don't have to try hard. 25% lower CPM. Again, we're seeing good results from it. Swoon, see that green furniture or green is like the trending color. They've got plenty of green furniture. They can react to this, but it stays there as a long-term thing. As long as people are looking for green, they are relevant, they are part of that trend. Again, 48% better ROAS on that. Again, in a recession, we love a bit of that. So really thinking about that. This is taking the data and applying creativity to it. So all of these examples make it really quick and easy that you don't have to change yourself, be your product. But also what we love is actually take a bit of that data that we show you and inform the creative. A few examples of that. Charcuterie boards, very simple. A couple of years ago, that was a big trend that was coming up. Ocado applied that to their photo shoots. Well, this allows us to show multiple product throughout this really easily without putting product shots within, like just packaging and things like that. So we end up being in a space where we go, we've kind of informed the photo shoot of what they're doing and the art direction within there. It works for them, they like it. This is also, again, thinking about this isn't the Pinterest creative. This can be everywhere. This has informed that, and this is going to resonate in other spaces and places because these people use other platforms as well. And a really big example of that is the Argos Mood Hotel. Argos, not renowned for, like, again, the place to go for home furniture. So how do we elevate them a bit? Tapping into these trends. What are 5 top trends in home decor for the next year? Let's work with them on that. Then let's take a lovely hotel in Bethnal Green and transform that physical space using the 5 trends. So 5 different rooms built around the trends, putting their furnishings into it to show off how good they look. What we end up with, great PR event, great PR coverage, but it's also a place to do a photo shoot on the ground. Loads of pins for the boards, loads of static imagery, loads of video. We're even going to build a 360 experience for you so that, again, only a few people can go and see it. We're going to make it so millions can experience it. All of it shoppable. Again, looks super premium, elevates your offering in terms of the home category. So really thinking about that as a campaign. The other benefit, again, that we see in this and everything that I've been saying to you about these long-term trends is the fact that the campaign ran against that trend in that short timeline. And then it's not a case of switch off the media, campaign done, trend done. That content sits there and it's still amongst this trend, the search terminology. And if you see, it's actually gone up a little bit. So all of that effort to create doesn't disappear the moment the campaign stops, as long as the rights are there and everything. And then again, another one here within that. So that was the tea room. This is the green room. And as you can see, the campaign period, short time frame within that graph. You're not just trying to get on that spike. You're staying with it. It's a substantial trend. This is, again, millions of people, millions of searches over time. So really thinking about that longevity of a campaign. It's not building for a short-term moment. So that's what we're kind of really about. And my conclusions on that I kind of wanted to put in there, is seeking out positivity. Still really think this is important, the differentiator of Pinterest. I think more and more in the news, you're going to see about this tension at the moment. I think this is why it's really interesting that the new platforms and everything and the new technologies spoken about today, new, exciting, uncharted world, none of the previous stigmas, but some of those stigmas are coming more and more to life, more scrutiny about, again, mental health, all of those impacts and long-term impacts on people. So really thinking about with us, it is seeking out that positivity, getting back to longer term trends. I talk to a lot of agencies, media and creative, and again, reaction is quite tiring, as exciting as it is. And again, I won't speak for VCCP on this in case you love it, but it is that fact that there is a bit where there's these moments, but sitting there at 9 p.m. with Love Island, having to write the tweet, get the picture, put the media live, like it's, you know, an out-of-hours job, it's a stressful thing, all the sign-off that's associated with it. So really thinking that what we've got there is longer-term trend planning, less reactive, less kind of in that moment, a bigger opportunity. And then being more yourself than the meme. I think that's one of my most important pieces that I really like about this. On Pinterest, again, you get to be the brand. You actually get to go more functional. The amount of briefs that do come up and it's like, how do we make our product interesting and appealing? What's the veneer we put over it? And it's like, actually, there's a lot of people that just literally want a water butt in some of those Rainscape things. Again, when you're talking to Wix or a B&Q, they're like, really? People want the water butts? Yes, turns out that's a trend. People are rain harvesting. I did not know, not expected, wasn't planned to put in this presentation, hence the reason I've even just sort of thought to myself, why did I go for water butts? So that is the trends and fads piece. And then very quickly, for me to conclude, is one last thing. I was a bit intimidated by the fact that everyone was turning up with new technology, and I'm coming from an 11-year-old platform. So I'm like, guys, I need something new. I want something new. What I'm going to show you here, it's not new, but hopefully there's enough people in the room that don't know about this. This is something that Pinterest is working on at the moment, but it's a standalone app, and it's called Shuffles. And what this is about is really looking at what is the future of Pinterest in a way. So yes, everyone knows the boards, the curation that is in there, the inspiration that they're looking for. But how do you kind of take that to another level? And again, generationally, these younger audiences, the creative tools, the creator tools that are out there, how do we sort of build on this? So Shuffles is the first iteration of that. It's on the App Store, so you can download it now. But really, it's the most powerful way to communicate an idea in your phone. So this really is about, you know, the ethos of Pinterest, of curation and finding things that you like and having a kind of idea in your head and having the tool to kind of craft and make that. And again, it taps into quite a popular trend that we were seeing was like more collage. So again, video is quite high production. It's easier than ever and people get it and they're used to it and it's blowing up and it is massive. But another thing, if you take that visual nature of Pinterest in a slightly different way, we felt that this was quite an interesting take on it. The thing that we didn't expect when we launched this is we kind of put it out there as a little test, as an experiment and something that was there. Gen Z did love it. Again, these are tweets. They kind of were the main audience that were in there. It went up in the App Store. Again, this was meant to be a little bit of a demo test and you needed codes to actually access this. It wasn't even sort of a live thing, but we made it up into the App Store across multiple countries. So that was good. And again, another validating factor for us is they're talking about it on TikTok. They're doing it on TikTok. They're going and showing it. They're creating in one place, showing it there. There are some interesting synergies with us and TikTok. Again, trends going both ways on there. we're quite a popular hashtag in and of ourselves, Pinterest on TikTok. We like to see that. And again, how can that complement campaigns? How do we start to think about that circular piece? So again, for us, that was working. And where that's going to take us, again, thinking about the future, technology that's important, Pinterest is about inspiration, getting you from idea to I did. We want you to find something, love something, see an idea, do it in the real world, whether that's decorating your home, get married, put on that red lipstick or dress like an architect. We want you to look for it and then do it. What this takes us into is a realm where, one, we're making all of that shoppable on the core platform, but now we start to explore of what does shopping look like in the future in a world like this. So what you're seeing here is not animated, but you do those collages, and what about if it's like, oh yeah, I love those glasses, I like the bag, tap it, again, that piece becomes shoppable. So again, these people that are creating of the things that they love and have seen into this kind of mentality, making this kind of world shoppable. Because what we really don't like is this shoppable world that we're in that's become very boring and functional of products on a white background. So again, how do you put the fun and inspiration and style back into shopping in a digital experience? And this is kind of our test case and using ground within that as well that's crossing over. And you'll see much, much more of this kind of style and look and feel going across there as well. And that's everything from me. I think, cool.
Thank you very, very, very much. I was looking forward to that talk, and it was absolutely brilliant. I'll tweet you later. Thank you, Mark. Our next speaker has literally just arrived, so she's slightly out of breath. You have to forgive her. It's Fiona Disegni. She's Partnerships Director at Emperia, and she's going to explain to us how brands are using immersive virtual worlds to boost sales, increase engagement, and attract Gen Z, or Gen Z, as we say in Britain. So please welcome Fiona Disegni.
Great. Can you hear me? Yeah, it's working well. That's the slide. This. Oh, oui, I'm stupid. Yeah. This. Great. Okay. Thank you. Hello, everyone. So yeah, I'm Fiona. I'm from France. I lived in London for 8 years. Now I live in Lisbon. We actually all remote in Emperia. Before that, I was at Farfetch for 3 years, leading innovation. And a long time ago, I was in agencies as well with the JWT. So different things. But yes, today I'm here to share with you a bit about what we're doing at Emperia and how we see Metaverse and more the experience itself, the brand experience leveraged by brands, and how we try to connect Metaverse with business impact, which is something that hasn't been always the case and is still ongoing. So we know that brands want to be Metaverse ready in terms of the fact that they see Metaverse, even if today we're not so much using this word and it's going more into extended reality as the next level for digital transformation and for brand experience. They see this space as, breaking the rules of all limitation you may have, as a creative agencies, in terms of templates, e-commerce, standards, all these things that have been kind of framing brands in their thinking and in their creativity. However, basically, Metaverse is not really ready for the brands. It's very expensive. It's not accessible. I don't know if this is working actually, but maybe not. But anyway, you understand what I mean. Not accessible. Basically, I don't know if you heard, but Decentraland is not working on mobile. Sandbox, you need to actually download the software. It's not photorealistic, so everything is very, of course, related to a specific world and very far away from the brand's DNA. And low business impact because you can't actually sell physical products and you can't really have access to data, and basically the ROI is not really trackable. So what we try to do, okay. Wait. Yes. Okay. So what we try to do with Emperia is that we power digital worlds that are connected to e-commerce. So basically, we leverage this Metaverse experience, but really into an e-commerce paradigm. What it means is that it's an iframe that is basically a scalable format as a video that can be embedded in any website. And usually, it's the entry point of the website, so we really ask the brand to put it front page. And basically, it's very seamless. There is no login. Like, people don't really understand they're getting into a kind of metaverse experience, and it's all connected to the product page. So the goal is really to augment and make the most of what's going on this e-commerce website, to break with the infinite scrolling that has been like constraining users for decades, and really try to give a different brand experience to the user, really also like triggering like, different side of the brand's engagement, making the user active in the process. This is powered by Unreal Engine, so it's really super like photorealistic, but actually it's WebGL, so to be technical, this is actually pre-recorded, and you basically work with Arrow, which means that it's not live rendered, so you don't have any loading time, which is of course super key for these e-commerce websites. These are live projects, like things we have done, like for Bloomingdale's and like Lacoste and so on. So I mean, we could share that later. But yeah, basically our goal is really to generate business impact, which has been very disconnected from all of this world of metaverse. Really enable the brands to own their metaverse experience and really like bring back their heritage, their vision, make it as a playground for creative and tech, meaning that it's opening gates for many different like, user journey, but also like tech features, and I will talk about this later, and really power omnichannel, so how we could drive people in store, how we could create secret room with a virtual access, with a QR code in store, with only product accessible online, for instance, and also onboarding both the brand and the user into new territories such as Web3, and I will talk about it. Behind that, we are really a SaaS platform, so we're a tech CMS. The goal is really to be a strategic tool for the brands to day-to-day like manage their e-commerce, optimize their e-commerce, and have this agility that is actually missing in their day-to-day when they want to, change like products, or when they want to touch like the tech side or access to data. So it's really like a CMS, no code for the marketing, merchandising, e-commerce team to really drag and drop the products, really like in a game, and like make it very easily for them to change, adapt to data, and change, background, videos, and all of this. So it's really as a new format between retail and e-commerce. And of course, we have a dashboard so they can really see, engagement time, new user. We really talk the language of the brands, like conversion, engagement, and all of this. They can also see where people are and behaviors, like how people go into the world from one room to another, and which product they interact with. And of course, the idea is to be very agile on this side as well. We work with different brands, mainly today a lot in luxury and fashion brands, which is great because it's a real quality trademark in this industry of 3D, so Chanel Beauty, for instance, Dior Beauty. But we're actually open to very different brands. What we really do is really crafting the user journey, connecting different experiences, and really reaching great engagement time. So we reach, on average, 11 minutes compared to 3 minutes on an e-commerce website. And really, people buy in this world because really they have the space to focus on the product, and we really make sure we enhance the product experience. So 70% increase on average on conversion rate. This is an example of what we've done for Bloomingdale's. That was our first activation with them. So we digitalized 400 products, of course, in batches, different rooms, release of different rooms over time. In 2 weeks, we reached 1,000% ROI. And really, that was the first step with them. What happened next is that the next iteration was, this. I don't know if it's going to work. But basically, what was super interesting is that they resold basically the rooms to some of the clients. So they sold the room to Chanel Beauty, to Nespresso, and Ralph Lauren, all of them having their own creative direction, but all of them getting back to Bloomingdale's. So it's really the future of e-concession as well. And you can, I think it can bring to a lot of different territories. These are just like examples of KPI on how we are tracking everything. So in terms of return visitor, conversion rate, product interaction, It was interesting with Dior, for instance, like we did plus 125% conversion compared to the e-commerce website. And also we really drive people in store with appointment booking in store. And also like we drove like more traffic for limited edition product. So yeah, we're very much like this one-stop tech playground. So we're not an agency. We really involve like this creative aesthetic side, like spatial design skills that we have in-house. But really the goal is also to work with agencies and bring their creativity, bring their skills, and power this with our technology, connecting with e-commerce and also bringing connection with also other metaverses, other doors, other playgrounds. We're just a simple integration. We connect with, like, as I said, like also catalog management, Salesforce. And as a partnership director, my goal is really to make sure we're this gateway to all the different territories, gaming, loyalty, AR, and we are basically building this ecosystem. What is interesting as well is that we are really onboarding Web3, help Web3 players to be more integrated in a narrative journey. And what we've done is a token gate room product, which enable basically the user to access a room with their NFT. So they could just connect on Lacoste, they could connect with their wallet, and they access an exclusive room, secret room with only product for them. What was very cool is that it was a raffle, so every day they had to come back to get like new stuff. So this is opening the door to visual CRM, new segmentation, exclusivity, and this can happen with private client with just like a password that you have in the newsletter. So it's really a new way to bridge like a specific audience and specific product. And this is our latest release. Had happened like 2 days ago for Decentraland Fashion Week. So we worked with Tommy Hilfiger to actually be the central hub of all their metaverse activations. This was actually very disconnected, but they did activations for Roblox, Decentraland, Sandbox, Ready Player Me, and we basically created this narrative end-to-end, so enabling the user to go in each of these activations, but also accessing product, which was for the first time the case, product that they could actually buy in real life, like physically, driving to e-commerce, but also digitally, driving to DressX, which is like a digital fashion player. So this is actually live. You can actually, if you go on Tommy Hilfiger or you put Tommy Hilfiger, Decentraland, I mean, you will go into this. This is really for us the way to bridge Web 2 and Web 3 and really make people come and discover these experiences that they will never look at if they were not, aware of Sandbox or Roblox and all of this. So this is really about for the brands to take back the control and make all of this consistent. So that's what we wanted just to share this and how we are positioning ourselves in a trajectory approach on product experience side, on how we can localize market as well, on personalization. And also loyalty, we really see this world as the new, basically loyalty journey, like how people will actually be part of a loyalty program without really seeing it, coming back to the world to unlock a new room, to get new rewards. And we're very much like looking forward to work more with agencies as well, augment your campaigns in some way, like finding the way to bring also more ROI to this, more data. And educate for sure the brands because, of course, like we have to drive them to the fact that this is not just a gimmicky things, but it's really a way to create business performance and basically over time as well. That's it. So this is our website. If you want to have a look, we have like many case studies and demo. But yeah, very happy to answer your questions and like your thoughts. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we've got a few minutes if anybody has some questions. If not, I don't know how long you're going to be around for. Maybe you've got to dash off to another country very quickly.
I'm okay for it. Like next 5 minutes. Yes.
Sorry, let me bring the mic to you.
Hello. Just a question on audience data. Where are you finding, in terms of audience, who's going to those experiences online? Who's turning up?
So basically, we're really like embedded in the website of the brand. So it's mainly the audience of the brand. It's really like the e-commerce audience, and which is usually not really leveraged in this type of experience that are quite disconnected. So it's this audience. And of course, we can bring more Gen Z. So Lacoste, for instance, was very driven to a Gen Z audience that, you know, don't go in a, like needs this kind of gaming, engaging experience. And actually, we drove all of this Web3 audience that almost never been in a Lacoste website or even didn't even buy a product to actually go into the website to unlock their pass and get access to product. But and people also saw there was a secret door. They may never heard about NFT before, but they started understanding why they should maybe consider it, because it was, you know, it was resonating with like the brand environment.
Great. Any further questions? Oh God, it would be at the back, wouldn't it? Hold on. I'm not going to do the indignity of jogging back there.
I've got 2 questions.
Yes.
Who owns the data when in your world? Is that something that's retained by the brand, or do you guys grab it?
It's us, but we can share them basically. So
Okay.
we share them in reports for the brands, but yeah.
Okay.
We own them.
That's interesting. And then second question, how do you charge? What's the cost model?
Yeah, so it's a SaaS model, so it's a yearly contract. We basically want to work with brands over time. The goal is that they really see this as a reusable format, so they can actually change, switch unlimitedly the product during the year. They can change the video and all of this. Of course, if we have to redesign like rooms completely, add like token gate room or new feature, it's additional cost. But basically, it's a yearly fee, which involves like everything.
Okay, it's a flat, so it's not based on every sale?
No, it's basically like the number of products. I mean, there is a cost of creation of 3D assets, which we actually can do for them. We have partners for that. Otherwise, like the way they change and adapt the world and like, you know, reconnect to new product is included.
Okay, I actually have one more question, sorry. Final question. Is there a minimum, so do you work with, there's obviously a lot of huge brands on there.
Yeah.
Do you work with smaller boutique businesses?
We are open. Like, I mean, the idea is to have scale, of course.
Yeah.
And like, it makes perfect sense for, you know, brands that have different like, countries and want to localize also the market. They want a unified, like, you know, approach across countries. But yeah, I mean, we're open after. It's a question of scale and like, you know, if it really makes sense for the brands as well.
Great, thank you very much. I think we've got time for one more if anybody has one. If not, no. Another big round of applause for Fiona then, please. Thank you. Thanks very much. Our next guest is, excuse me, Max Proctor. Max works for Doppelgänger. Doppelgänger makes some of the best and most famous Roblox experiences around. He's going to be talking about how brands can enter the metaverse and which ones are activating effectively with lots of case studies and genuine experience to bring to it. So round of applause, please, for Max.
Thank you. Can you guys all hear me okay? Yeah. I'm fresh back from paternity leave and had about 3 hours sleep yesterday, so if I'm slow or mumbly, blame baby Milo, not me, if that's all right. So yeah, I'm from Doppelgänger. We're part of the Gang Group. So Doppelgänger is a kind of metaverse strategic consultancy helping brands navigate the space. And then the Gang Group are a team of developers, primarily in Sweden, who can then go out and build these activations. I'm from an advertising background myself, so I used to work at AMV and Wieden & Kennedy and then Goodby Silverstein in the States, so I can kind of empathise with the VCC peers in this room. I then went brand side to Wimbledon to work in the commercial team there, and one of my roles was thinking about how we use emerging media to attract younger audiences into the brand who are not watching as much live sport as we used to when we were kids. And the premise of today's talk is asking a question about the dreaded M word. I'm sure I know you've seen a couple of talks already about the space, and it can be met with glee or derision in equal measure, depending on who you're talking to and when you're talking to them. And I want to get to the bottom of whether we think it's a fad for marketeers or whether we think there's a future for it as a useful tool for marketeers to use. Quick audience participation. Can I get a show of hands for anyone who thinks the metaverse is a fad for marketeers? Don't be shy. No, some of you are lying for sure. Oh, there's one half-assed hand raised there at the back. Okay, and the future, do we think? Or are we undecided? Or you just don't want to get involved? It's Thursday morning, it's too early. Okay, fair play. Okay, well, let's try and answer it for you in the next few slides. I promise this isn't a creds deck, but just to give you a context of where we're coming from, we've built some metaverse activations for some of the world's biggest brands in fashion, so Gucci, Givenchy, Vans, to sport with Wimbledon, FIFA World Cup, through to music with Spotify and iHeart. So we feel like we're coming from a place of knowing what works well for brands and what doesn't work so well for brands. I've got a quick sizzle reel, and then we'll stop talking about the gang and talk about the space as a whole. For the tech within the armory of marketers, it's useful to think about where we've been in the last couple of years. So there's been this massive hype cycle, as I'm sure you can all recognize. We had probably the trigger being Facebook changing its name to Meta, and then there was a raft of brands jumping into the space, a raft of thinking money going into the space, and you had headlines like the metaverse will reshape our lives from Time on the front cover of Time, or McKinsey saying they thought the space would be worth $5 trillion, which sounds like some kind of Dr. Evil-esque claim. And then we've seen some negative news stories since then. We saw Mark Zuckerberg post that famous picture without legs next to a kind of janky-looking Eiffel Tower. A few brands jumped into the space and had only a handful of people in there. And the pendulum of public opinion has swung firmly the other way. And now we're far more used to seeing headlines like this: is the metaverse already dead? Which friends of mine gleefully send me on WhatsApp with like various accompanying emojis. And I think with all these hype cycles, I think the truth is somewhere in the middle. And there's this famous Gartner hype cycle chart where new technology emerges, everyone runs away with their imaginations, thinking about utopia, thinking about what's possible, all the different use case applications that could be applied to their brands. There's so much excitement. You reach a peak of inflated expectations, then people realize we're probably 2-3 years off that vision. There's some negative news stories, and then we plummet into this trough of disillusionment, which I feel is where we're at for the metaverse right now. Slowly clambering up the slope of enlightenment, and then my hypothesis at least is that in the long term we'll reach that plateau of productivity. People will stop thinking about that easy PR headline grab, and we'll be building experiences which deliver real ROI for clients, like Fiona just went through there for some of her clients. But what even is the metaverse? Because I think if we asked everyone in this room today to define it for themselves, we'd probably not get two of the same answers. And I know you've had talks today from other people also operating in the space, and they each offer different products. So it's difficult to define whether, it's difficult for us to judge whether we think there's a future for it for marketeers if we can't even define what it is. And we at the Gang Group at Doppelgänger, we actually, despite calling ourselves a metaverse company, we think it's an unhelpful term. It's this catch-all term which means different things to different people. So if you're speaking to Mark Zuckerberg or someone at Meta, then for them it's all about virtual reality. If you're speaking to Niantic, the developer of Pokemon Go or Snapchat, then for them it's all about AR. If you speak to the crypto, blockchain, Web3 guys, then for it to be a metaverse, it has to be decentralized, it has to be interoperable. But if you speak to Roblox or Epic Games, they've built these amazing products with huge followers, huge communities in a very much centralized manner. So it very much depends who you're talking to as to what definition you get back. We try and adopt a kind of platform agnostic, tech agnostic perspective and give advice for our brand partners depending on what their business objectives are, rather than trying to push them down a certain route. But not sitting on the fence, we define it as the next iteration of the internet, rendered in 3D and shared in real time. And it's actually easier to talk about what it isn't rather than what it is. So it's not a replacement of the current internet. It's an evolution which will happen in tandem alongside the current internet. So there will be things that you do on the internet today that won't change in the future. We think shopping is a really good example. If you're doing your grocery shopping, doing it on a 2D interface is great. You can see what the store has, they order it, it comes to your home, it's simple, it saves you time. Doing that in a 3D environment where there's loads of other avatars running around and you're trying to find the cornflakes, but there's a bit of lag on your 3D world, just doesn't make sense. On the flip side, if you're shopping for a high-end suit and you had a digital twin, photorealistic digital twin of yourself, and you could try on different suits and you can get tailors to adjust it accordingly before you then go and buy it, that makes sense, because doing that in a 2D interface would be more difficult. It's not a specific brand platform or provider, so it's not Meta, despite, whenever I say what I do, even to my parents, they think I work for Facebook. I don't. And on the next slide, we'll see Meta's Horizon World platforms is actually really small by audience numbers compared to some of the other platforms. I think there was a question on audience numbers and data. We can go on to that in the next slide. It's not a specific hardware device, so I think when you say metaverse, you often conjures up images of people in VR headsets in a basement on their own, and in reality, most of the people accessing these platforms today do it via mobile. It's not just avatars or gaming, there's use cases far beyond that, and it's not just crypto, it's not just NFTs. I think the two terms get conflated because they've emerged at the same time, and there is some crossover. In terms of some applications using crypto as the default payment rail and NFTs as the certification of ownership, but actually most of the big platforms today are not Web3, they're kind of Web 2 or Web 2.5. This is the virtual world landscape today. We like this because it visually represents the different sides of the platforms, because a lot of the oxygen in the conversation gets taken up by Meta because of the profile of that company. Whatever Mark Zuckerberg says will get blown out of all proportion. But in reality, so England played Ukraine at Wembley Stadium on Sunday. There were more people in the stadium that day than there were globally on Meta's Horizon World, just to give you kind of perspective of how many people are in that space. Similarly, Decentraland and Sandbox get talked about a lot and they punch above their weight in terms of profile, but at the moment, the audience numbers on there are super small, 30,000 a day on any given day. So when we're talking to major global brands, as you guys are with VCCP, it's normally reach is one of the early considerations for them, and if we can't therefore push people towards platforms where today the audience currently doesn't exist. In terms of how brands can activate, so they can create branded experiences within these virtual worlds. So this is FIFA World that we created for the World Cup this year on Roblox. You have a captive audience there. You're likely to have traffic going to your experience by nature of there being tens of millions of people on there. But you're beholden to the rules of those platforms, or you can create your owned and operated metaverse products. So this is the Atlanta Braves created a digital twin of their stadium. Fans could come, they could socialize, they could buy merch virtually, they could buy merch to be sent to their home, they could watch games together, they could meet legends, they could enter mini games, and it was this all-encompassing, like the ultimate fan club kind of thing. The flip side being you don't have a captive audience there, so you've really got to drive people there. I think the one thing, if you're going to take away anything from this session, would be the biggest mindset shift for brands is that audiences have to opt into these experiences. So it's not like, since time began, since media began, brands have been able to pay to get exposure to certain audiences, whether that's, we want to reach Guardian readers, we'll put an ad in The Guardian. We want to reach certain demographics, we'll put an ad in the feed of that certain demographics Facebook feed. With gaming and virtual worlds and these branded experiences, that isn't the case. You can't force people to go into your branded experience. People have to opt in, and that means you have to offer something that really adds value to their experience so that they don't choose another brand's experience or, heaven forbid, a non-branded experience. Why are they going to go into FIFA World instead of going to Sonic the Hedgehog or whatever? And actually, one example, I think on the flip side, when they do choose to opt into your brand, our hypothesis is it's a much more valuable experience when a fan has chosen to go into your branded experience and is spending minutes with your brand. They're choosing to be there, and it's more valuable than just passively consuming brand messaging. One really good example, I'm going to say for Alex, this is my brown nosing done for the day, but a really good example for this, a VCCP example, is the O2 Fortnite creative map of a couple of years ago, because it was, it was something that hadn't been times before. It was executed brilliantly. You had talent in there. It was very much an O2 environment, but it wasn't cloying, it wasn't overbearing, it felt very natural, and so I often use that in presentations. Brands who haven't done it so well include Walmart. I don't know if you saw this, but Walmart, the most corporate of corporate entities in the States, showed up on Roblox, and to give some context, Roblox sweet spot audience is around 10 to 16, it's early teens. And so it's not necessarily a bad strategy going after them if you're a massive supermarket brand, you want to reach the consumers of tomorrow. But they did so in a really dad at the disco kind of way. They had the CMO launch the experience on a virtual stage as if he was delivering a keynote to shareholders. The experience itself was like this kind of horror show, supermarket, dystopian land. And understandably it bombed, and it got massively criticised on social, and the metrics were really shallow as well. So they had a decent amount of visitors, in the millions, but they were incentivizing people in with free stuff. And when you dig beneath the visit numbers, you could see that people were spending less than a minute in this experience. So I guess the lesson here is make sure you're adding value to the audience's experience rather than just showing up and expecting them to want to engage with your brand. Another one you might have seen was the EU, the European Union. And what I love about this is that they have to publicly share all of their budget and all of their briefs because they are answerable to public. And they wanted to re-engage young people who were politically fallen out of the political discourse. And they thought the way to do that was to throw a virtual rave in a custom metaverse experience, which again, I'm not slating that as a strategy. What I am slating as a strategy is that they just built it and expected people to come. So they spent all this money on this amazing experience, and it was actually executed really well if you're into virtual raves, but they didn't do any marketing around it. So it was a build it and they will come situation, and unfortunately only about 20 people came. Another key lesson I would say is start with the why and not the what. So we have so many conversations with prospective clients saying, we want to be in the metaverse, or we want to be the first fashion brand to be on this platform. And they're jumping to the solution without thinking about the problem. And I think that's been an okay strategy up to now because, as we've seen, we've been on that hype cycle, and you would get column inches by kind of being the first brand to do certain things in certain environments. Now, with the hype cycle crashing, people are only going to write about your experiences if something's gone drastically wrong. So you need to be doing something that really moves the needle in terms of ROI for your brand. So start with the why. Why are we showing up? What are the business objectives? And can the technology help us get there rather than jumping to the technology as the answer? One brand that did this really well, I would say, because I was the client at the time, was Wimbledon. So we started, the thing that underpinned everything that we did at Wimbledon was our fan demographic was aging up. Kids aren't watching live sport like they used to. When I was younger, you'd get home from school in the summer, you put on the BBC, you'd watch it until it finished because there were no other options. You had 4 other TV channels, you had one family computer that your sister was probably on. You could play with your mates, but I had very few friends. So I ended up watching a lot of Wimbledon. Now, obviously, kids have infinite choices at their fingertips, and so how do we reach them where they're spending a lot of their time? And one of the things we did was created Wimble World on Roblox, which was this kind of multifaceted Wimbledon experience. So you could turn up, you could play against your friends, you could play against AI, you could meet Andy Murray, you could buy the Ralph Lauren collection in real life and for your avatar. You could watch the tennis, so it was another video channel, so it wasn't just a gaming experience. The ultimate aim is for us to get kids watching tennis and playing tennis, so we used it as another channel for that. And it was candidly, it was quite successful. So we had over 12 million visits over the fortnight, with the key metric for me being that 8-minute dwell time. So people are coming in, but they're staying, and they're buying stuff. So it was a commercial play as well. They're buying stuff. We sold it into sponsorship. So while you're getting fans into that top of the funnel, you're also able to monetize them at the back end as well. I should also say this isn't a silver bullet. So this not just do something in the metaverse and it will cure all your woes. The Wimbledon execution was part of a cohesive marketing strategy. So we did a YouTube kids series. We had a big TikTok program that were all kind of working in tandem together. I'm not here saying if you build something in the metaverse, it will fix all of your clients' woes. And anyone who does tell you that is a charlatan and should be treated as such. So quick summary, and I hope I'm on time, but make sure you're giving something to the audience that they want. They have to opt in. So if you don't, then you're not going to be spending your time and budget well. Start with the why, not the what. Why are you doing this in the first place? What are the business objectives you're trying to solve? And how can the technology help you get there? Not starting with the technology. And don't treat these things as a silver bullet. With every hype cycle, and I think we're in the peak of inflated expectations with AI now, brands and just people can see a silver bullet to all of their woes, whereas in reality you've got to think about these things as one tool in the armory of all of your potential channels. So that's it. Hopefully I've convinced you that there's a future for the space. I would run the poll again, but seeing as no one voted the first time, I wouldn't be able to compare and contrast anyway. So we'll just take it to mean that you all agree with me and there's a future for the metaverse. Thank you very much.
You actually came in a little bit under time, so congratulations. Do you mind taking questions? Does anybody have any questions for Max or about Roblox in general? Here's one. Hold on.
With something like Wimbleworld, you're saying that kind of like the average time of staying was 8 minutes. Like, what's like the longest time that someone was staying? Were they sitting there and watching a whole tennis match, or was it kind of, in and out to kind of just experience the walk around the world and then they're kind of, leaving?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think, so the average time on the Roblox platform as a whole for people going into experiences is like 5 minutes. So people tend to snack and graze, go into one and then jump into different worlds with other friends. So 8 minutes is above that. You will get some people who are in there for half an hour who just want to keep getting better and better. And the key with these branded experiences is having a tight core game loop, which means that a game loop where you're getting progressively better and better and better, rather than just kind of you can dip in and out, because that's the thing that keeps people coming back a second or third time. With the tennis video, it was mainly like highlights rather than full matches, so we didn't get people staying in there for like sustained period in that respect.
Great. Any more questions for Max? Oh, it's always the furthest away from the last one. Are you guys doing this on purpose? Hold on. We have one of our future speakers is about to interrogate one.
Oh, God.
Hi. So you mentioned this multifaceted nature of the metaverse. I was wondering if you had an insight in where you think it's going to kind of coalesce, or the technology is going to go in a particular direction, or how do you feel about that?
Oh, that's a big question. I think that's like what's the meaning of life kind of question. Where do I think it's going to go? I'm less convinced. I think the people who think about it in a utopian manner think that there's going to be interoperable worlds where you can carry your assets and money and experiences and certifications from place to place. I'm less certain on that. I think it will develop in silos, which I don't think is a necessarily bad thing. So if you go and play Call of Duty, it doesn't make sense for you to take a tennis racket into that experience. So I think Fortnite Creative will develop in its own lane. Roblox will develop in its own lane. I'm sure we'll see different platforms as well. I think the tech hopefully will become cheaper and cheaper and more widely adopted in terms of VR and AR wearables. So I think there'll be more experiences and content that can plug into those things as well. But that's probably a really vague and undefinitive answer, but no, I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball, but yeah.
Great. Another big round of applause for Max then, please. Thank you. So Gordon is, as I mentioned, CEO of Anything World, and he's going to lead us through a little bit of he's going to first explain what Anything World is and what they do, and then have a little interactive session in which you will help to build an immersive animated scene with a story decided by you as live. So I'm going to hand you over to Gordon. Big round of applause, please.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. You oversold it there, Peter. A little bit like bring down the enthusiasm a bit. Yeah, really great to be here. Thanks so much for having me, Peter. And yeah, I'm going to show you a little bit about Anything World, what we do, and then we're going to create some stuff together. You might see Maya like handing out colorful stickers somewhere over there. If you see Maya, my colleague over there. If you like stickers, we have hundreds of stickers. There's the sticker that Peter is exhibiting there. So yeah, I'll just run through what we do. Basically, we allow people to create living 3D worlds without technical knowledge, and then we can create some stuff together. I have to stand down here and fumble between different keyboards, so let's see how it goes. Clicker. Okay, so I won't stand down here. I'll be professional and stand up here. Ignore what I just said. So yeah, our mission is to make everyone a 3D content creator. This used to be the creation engine for the Metaverse, but nobody likes the Metaverse anymore. It's gone the same way of Web3. Nobody needs it. But yeah, I mean, we're part of this wave of generative AI, we feel. Like I'm sure we're all excited about AI, Midjourney, and all sorts. What we do is we're at the end of that chain, so you can use text to create stories, you can use prompts or imagery to create videos. You can use things like NVIDIA's Get3D to create 3D models. And what we do is we take static 3D models and we rig and animate them in an automated way. That sounds highly technical and I see everyone glazing over. But don't worry, there'll be some GIFs and stuff in a minute. Yeah, myself and my co-founder, Seb, we used to work in games. We used to make indie games. We made like dubstep, minimal dubstep rhythm racing games. I can see your faces. It was like 15 years ago when dubstep was still allowed. Then we made, it's been rightly banned now. But with a group called 16-Bit, if you know 16-Bit from back in the day, we're a very harsh dubstep, London dubstep duo. They had a fight and then they split up. We made like underwater papercraft shark games, one of the first Unity games on PlayStation 3, stay with me. And we made driving games. We made all sorts of crazy indie games, essentially. And the problem that we had was we didn't know how to model, rig, animate, or code 3D models, essentially. So what we've created is called Anything World, and we take open source 3D models and we bring them to life using AI, using 7 proprietary machine learning steps. And yeah, here is a graphic showing that essentially. We take models from the likes of Sketchfab, which has been renamed Fab last week. I'm not sure if anybody saw at GDC the Unreal Fortnite announcement. So Epic bought Sketchfab, which is the largest like community 3D repository. I think it has over 7 million models, something like that. And over 600,000 of those are Creative Commons remixable, which means you can take them with an API call, use them in your projects, even commercially. So we take those in, we remix them, we add skeletons and animations to them, and then we make them available to everybody, creating games and other applications. So yeah, that's essentially what we do. We have 7 proprietary machine learning steps. There's 25 of us, 17 in the technical team. We have over 10 3D ML experts. So we have a pool of expertise bringing 3D models to life at scale. And yeah, we come everywhere. And yeah, in terms of our integrations, we can't actually get onto Roblox. Is anybody from Roblox here? Anybody know Roblox? No, okay. They're quite no, I can be rude about Roblox. But if anybody does have any ins, we'd love to talk to them. They're more of a closed shop, but we're available in Unity. We have around 10,000 devs, and we're available in Unreal as well. So anybody making 3D worlds, 3D applications, I would encourage you to go to anything.world, look on your sticker, and check us out. We have a free tier as well. But yeah, the core of what we do is we bring these 3D models to life at scale at increasing fidelity. And we'll go for a demo in a minute. Yeah, our customers say we're 40 to 50% faster for any 3D app. You can create a whole living 3D content without, as I say, modeling, rigging, animating, or coding behaviors for stuff. Yeah, and then in terms of the team, this is a bit old now, we're 25, but we're trying to keep a 50-50 male, non-male ratio. We have a heavy emphasis on diversity. We're trying to build a deep tech company that's a bit different. That's important to us. We went through a round of funding last year, and we've like almost doubled in size in 9 months, so it's more of a challenge now than it used to be. But yeah, in terms of our value, this is relatively uninteresting as a slide. I appreciate that, so I won't dwell on it, but we save a lot of time and money, basically. And yeah, we have over 10,000 users and some larger ones as well. Warner Music invested in us over 3 years ago. And I can play out a few of these maybe for you. If I can work out how to do it. Maybe just play out a couple, whichever one you like the look of. This one you like the look of. Okay, this was a procedural NFT project called the Niftos, where we generated, this is our first synthetic project where we generated the 3D models as well. This was a Solana project, an NFT project, which we released just as the crypto winter hit. And so extremely bad timing, but very cool characters. And if you want to play out like the pink planet one down there, maybe. That's my daughter singing in a prototype video. So yeah, this was an app made by Warner Music for an artist called Pink Sweats for his hit single At My Worst. They say they save 50% of the time of production in this app. Everything came from Anything World apart from the character himself. Yeah, and then if you want to try, I don't know if there's any volume on the videos. If you want to try the one on the right with some volume. Maybe a bit more volume. This was a snap lens built by Sony Music on us.
Take me back to 2002.
So this was to celebrate Musicverse Sounds 30-year anniversary. Just very silly, like voice activated stuff.
Take me back to.
Yeah, so we do allow people to use voice as well to create 3D worlds. I won't show that today, but I'll show you some text-based creation. But yeah, there's just a few example projects. Like anybody in this room, clients, VCCP, wants to create with us, reach out to me straight away. I'll try and do the next slide. That's it. That was quick, wasn't it? Thank you very much. That's not the end, though. That's merely the beginning.
That's the end of the presentation, but it's not the end of the now he's going to go live and interactive.
Yes, I am.
Fingers crossed. What do you need from the audience first?
Right. Do you have a favorite animal, insect? Is a weird question. Any? Octopus.
Yeah.
Cat, octopus, I will accept.
Capybara.
Capybara, great choice.
Oh, yeah.
Is that enough to start with?
Cat, an octopus, and a capybara. Let's make some, yeah. That's good choices, okay. So,
you ready?
Do you want to switch? Yeah, switch to my laptop, is it? It is mine, is it?
Use the keyboard and mouse.
Oh, but not without seeing it.
You should. You should update on here. No.
Oh, I can only see the restream thing here. Sorry.
It needs to see his app.
I could try blind, but it'll be a long rest.
No, he needs to see his laptop. His software. There you go. That's what you need to see behind, isn't it?
That is correct, yeah.
So go to the app behind. That bit. Is that what you need to see?
That is exactly what I need to see, sort of. Can I get to the browser first? Or you can't
sorry, go back to that browser.
Sorry.
There we go.
Oh, all right. Mm-hmm. Well, this is tricky, isn't it?
Let's make this go full screen for you. At least you'll be able to see that. Sorry, excuse me.
Bingo, there we go. Okay. All right. Come on, Gordon, you can do this. Press that button. There we go. Okay, so yeah, basically, I'm sorry for the boring interlude there. We bring 3D assets to life at scale. So we auto rig, as in create skeletons for and map animations to loads of objects. So we had a request for an octopus, I think.
This keyboard.
It's that keyboard. Mm-hmm.
Click into the search box. Sorry.
I think I messed up.
Click into the search box.
Oh, okay. I tell you what, I'll just look this way.
If you've never seen somebody write code over their shoulder before, now's going to be the first time.
Okay, here's a collection of octopi that we have. I'll show these moving around a bit. I don't know if you have a favorite octopus. I've not seen this one before. This one looks kind of crazy. So it's not moving here in the browser at the moment, this one. This cute. What else did we have? Cat? Did somebody say cat? I'll show you this cat here. So this cat is animated. This was originally like a static model from Google Poly, I believe. And what we do, as I say, is we generate the skeletons for stuff, and then we map animations to them. And we do that using our own custom. Yeah. Here's our cat. You like the cat? Okay.
That's how cats run.
Yeah, and that's how cats jump. Yeah. Oh, don't be mean to the cat. You'll give it a complex.
Capybara.
Capybara. I will show you also a capybara. I can't spell. Oh, hold on.
Mr. P.
Is that right?
No, go back, go back, go back.
I'm doing it blind.
Go back now.
Live spelling of capybara without seeing what you're spelling.
P-Y-B-A-R-A. There we go.
Boom.
Look at that.
Hope you don't laugh at the capybara like you did at the cat. So here's the capybara. Like again, this asset was a static. You want me to make it run? You like the run, yeah? There he is. I'll make it jump as well for you. Now, yeah, it looks a little bit ill, doesn't it? But yeah, the point is it's all animated, so it's static 3D models, no laughing at the back or the front. You're allowed to enjoy the presentation. Anybody have a favorite insect? It's a weird question. I know, you've never been asked before. Anybody have an insect that I want to see?
Daddy Longlegs.
Daddy Longlegs. Ants. Somebody said ants. I'm gonna. Thank you very much. Very mantis. Triple spotted, four-legged. Calm down, guys. Calm down. Yeah, so let's have a look at ants. We just did insects. So like for us, like we're a deep tech company, machine learning driven, so we have to understand the 3D model. We process it based on its vertices, based on its points, and add a skeleton to it. So, see you glazing over again. But like basically, the more complicated the category is, the more difficult it is to automate its animation. And insects was a pain in the ass if you think about the varieties of insects, from the praying mantis to the centipede to the worm. Okay, cool. So this is us in browser. You can use us in web engines. This is running in 3.js. You can use us in Babylon.js if anybody's familiar with web engines. And we're available in Unity and Unreal as well. And now I will attempt to show you everything up and running in Unity. So this is us in Unity. I'll just play it out and I'll create the same things. We have a free tier, and it takes like 5 minutes to get up and running if you're familiar with Unity or Unreal. I'll just get the panels out of the way there. So we've got like a human walking around there. And I'll create the same things. So the capybara. Yeah. Thank you. I'm getting better at this. Yeah, so you can like do a search here within the game engine. You can click on stuff, and it will come to life straight away. You can see it like running around there. And then maybe I'll make a... What else did we have? We had an octopus. I'll do an octopus in a minute, actually. I'll make an ant. And so you have access to the same library of assets, and we have thousands of animated assets, and they're getting bigger all the time. Whoops, where's the ant?
It's tiny. It's there. I can see it. It's tiny.
Where is the ant? There it is. That's not walking, is it? Naughty ant. I think the ant needs a little push. Come on, ant. What's it doing? Come on, ant. He's there. Whoa, oh, I've turned him upside down now. He's like sniffing around looking for food. I'll show you like more of a attractive scene. Everyone likes attractive things. I'll show you a scene that we pre-created with Anything World and add some bits and bobs in there. So yeah, you can create static environments as well if you want to create, forest scenes. I'll show you an underwater scene with your octopus in a minute. So if you wanted something that belonged in a forest scene, I can maybe show you like a fox. And then when you see how quick it is to search, and when I click on it, it will come in animated, and then you can create, whatever experience you want based on whatever you want. Essentially, we have humans as well. Maybe I'll put in a human. If you have any requests that are not too outlandish, do shout them out, and I'll make them for you.
Daddy Longlegs.
This is why we have to stop working with each other in the first place, Peter. Oh, you can do an octopus on land if you want. We can do it. I'll do an underwater one with an octopus in a minute. Let's do a butterfly, shall we? Frog. I'll create some butterflies for you then. Let's see it. Oh, maybe I'm not very used to this keyboard. This Keyboard is a bit weird, sorry. Ignore the view up there. Yeah. You can also create like cars and stuff. We have vehicles. It's a tricky presentation looking over my shoulder, but let me show you a car driving around in the forest, and then I'll show you some like GPT style creation in a second. This is going to get very messy, this scene. I'll just show you a helicopter too. But hopefully you get the sense of like, normally you need to get someone to model this, someone to set up the rig, someone to animate it, someone to code the behaviors of it. So the speed to creation here is quite high, even though sometimes, I create too many helicopters, and they're flying through the forest. Okay, so this scene's got a bit messy now, but I do have one more thing to show you, which is we allow people to create with their voice as well, with voice and text. We used to have our own systems, our own voice-to-text systems. We used to use Dialogflow. Any Dialogflow fans in the house? And not anymore. So we revamped our systems recently to use GPT, GPT 3.5, I believe it is. So you can type stuff in here and create the scene as well. So assume I'm in the right thing. I'll create your octopus finally now. So I can do, hopefully my typing is getting better. No, it's not. Great, and underwater scene. You can use your voice as well, but I'm not going to risk it in this environment. Create an underwater scene and add 10 sharks. And finally, you get to see an octopus. Assuming I'm typing correctly.
Yep, all good.
Yeah, so this sends up to like our own service using GPT 3.5, I believe it is, and it passes the text for meaning, sends back a bunch of like actions, and then it should create that for us, network dependent. Thank you for the music. So yeah, it's got the intent, and then so
Whoa, that is cool.
So you can do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, round of applause for that one.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm winning now, so I'm going to end right now. But yeah, if anybody wants involved in like 3D production for advertising, games, anything at all, do get in touch. We do lower the barrier to creating these 3D worlds quite significantly. Yeah.
Thank you. Round of applause for Gordon.
Thank you.
Unbelievable over-the-shoulder coding skills. Never seen that done before, so absolutely fantastic. Pick up your Anything World shiny stickers scattered around everywhere and get in touch with Gordon if you want to do this stuff yourself. Thank you very much, Gordon. Thank you.
On your computer, live performances that are happening from maybe across the world in different places because you can't physically be there. That one's a little more hesitant. Fine, totally cool. So I want to be able to share all the things that we do at Sofar to be able to create our global network at home, but at the same time, allow all of our people in different cities to bring together. So, who are we? We are Sofar Sounds. Sofar stands for Songs from a Room. Started in 2009 with the two founders that wanted to bring music and create it into a more intimate space. So the first show is actually in a flat here in London, and they wanted to be able to experience things where artists as well as audience members were able to sit in the same space, sitting on the floor and engaging with the artists physically in the exact same room. So as you can tell, we've grown a little bit more. We have a few more than just in someone's flat nowadays. And you can tell by this little graph, we're all over the world. We're in over 400 cities across the world. So there's so many incredible experiences that are happening at the same time, in the evenings, during the day, across so many different networks. So how do we capture that? I mean, this is all about technology and digital experiences. So how do we capture that so that other people can experience what's happening in Istanbul, what's happening out in South Africa, all while you're in London? Well, we film a bunch of our shows that we put on our website, and we have thousands of performances since 2009 on our website, on our YouTube, so that you can go and experience. Some big ones, maybe you've heard of Billie Eilish has performed as Sofar Sounds. Tom Odell has performed as a few different names. But through here, we've seen so many people have experienced Sofar the first time through our YouTube channel, through our socials, through all the videos that have been able to broadcast what music is globally. And it's for experiences that when people buy a ticket, they don't know who they're going to see ahead of time. And in London, we're doing about 85 shows a month, every single day of the week. So how do we capture all of those incredible experiences? Well, we film those experiences so that people can broadcast that and experience it in their bedrooms, in their living rooms, on big screens, small screens, whatever that is, and then hopefully we'll come to a live experience after that. So this is a little bit of just what we do. what the experience is like from all over the world. And our main goal is to bring together music, artists from all different genres, backgrounds into unique spaces. So my role is focused on how do we engage in unique spaces. So I go around the city and find spaces that you normally wouldn't see a gig in or wouldn't see experience in, and create a Sofar show in that experience. We rearrange the room. So if we did it in this space right now, obviously it's really tailored to a conference style setup. What I'd probably say is we get rid of all of these seats and chairs. Everyone would sit on the floor over here. We get some cameras to be able to develop what's happening and capture everything in the moment so that people can experience it all over the world. We were actually at South by Southwest this year. We had a bunch of artists that we actually work with on a regular basis, and we've flown in from the States to be here in London for a month at a time, and they've all experienced shows, and we captured all the content at South by this year. I think there was about 15, 16 artists that we work with on a regular basis that were all at South by this year, and it was really incredible to have our team go down there and experience that. So you're probably wondering, what did we do during the pandemic events? Well, we've continued all of the work that we've done during the pandemic, where we brought live experiences to people's living rooms through Zoom, through different video platforms, and we did it with an actual MC who was in their living room. So as you normally would get in a live experience at our shows, we did that over Zoom, we did that over other video platforms with the artist performing from somewhere else in the world. So this MC and artist could have been in two completely different cities across the world, and we're bringing that to an audience that is maybe in a different city across the world. We did quite a few, I think over 100 proper shows on Zoom during that span. We haven't seen a big need for it anymore because we've been wanting people to come and experience it live. But what we have done is we've kind of catered this experience to a live session. So we have artists that have performed so many times across the world and have done all the live experiences, have videos on YouTube, but how do we elevate their performances? So then we give them a 45-minute to an hour slot where they can just create and sing and produce all different types of music, and we do it as more like a live streaming that we put on our YouTube channel, and that is what this artist is doing right here, so that you can see a 2-hour performance on YouTube, and it's kind of like a boiler room experience, but so way, which is really intimate and creative. An artist that I work with on a regular basis was at a dance retreat outside of Porto in Portugal, and what he did was he brought together 2 other musicians, and they filmed an hour session over that time, and was one of his favorite experiences of being a part of Sofar. So you're probably wondering, how do we engage all of these artists with all of these incredible audience members and guests? Well, we've developed our own tech internally. So from the second as a guest member, you're creating an experience. We want you to feel as close to the artist as possible and understand what the culture is of each neighborhood and each city that you go and experience the shows. So if you go to our website, you'll see we do intimate concert spaces. You can see concerts in the city that is happening at the moment. Pick a show that you want to go to, and from that point on, once you buy a ticket, we send you multiple emails that give you links to all of the artists ahead of time, 36 hours before the show starts, and then after the fact, so you can engage with the artists on all their social media platforms or anything else that they want to engage with. A lot of our artists have different donation links that you can donate money to their next album, EP, project that they're doing, or you can buy different NFT projects, or they'll just share their streaming link that you can go and connect with. So we really want to make it super intimate. And then on the other side is our directory. So we're working with thousands of venues and thousands of artists across the world. So we want to be able to understand where all that data is coming from, so we can be able to foster a community to find artists and bring them closer together, as well as spaces that do so many similar things across cities and globally. So we've built an incredible directory of non-conventional spaces and artists that you might have seen at the Apollo to artists that are busking on the street, all in the same space. So this is a really great quote that our founder loves sharing with different people at different speaking events. The greatest companies have been built in the gap that has emerged due to macro disruptions. So we want to be able to create experiences internally, really connective, super intimate, but at the same time, you can still experience it in your pocket, on YouTube, on different platforms that you normally will. Thank you so much. That's all I have for today. If you have any questions, let me know. Thank you so much for listening.
Yeah, big round of applause for Brandon, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Does anybody have a question? We have a few minutes. If not, it's absolutely fine. I'm sure you can collar him in person. No? Yeah, thank you. So another round of applause for Brandon, please. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Right, our next guest needs no introduction because it's me. We sound okay? Good? Yeah? Right. I'm going to do my quarterly roundup of what's going on in online culture, digital technology, and social media. We call this Curious Sparks. Curious is our, if we've got clients and people who've not aware of it so far, Curious is our internal innovation and knowledge sharing program. We do lots of research and then we distill it into presentations and into social content and into making things here, and also in working with strategists and account people to make it kind of more relevant to you as our clients as well. We do like a monthly publication, we do quarterly presentations, we do occasional stand-up presentations as well. So this one, I'm going to talk to you about some of the things that have just happened just in 2023, just so far this year. It's only been 3 months, but it's been 3 bananas months. I'm going to talk to you about 3 broad categories. The first is what's happening in social. The second is what's going on in all the different types of extended realities. And finally, the big subject is AI in everything. Let's start with social. News we can't escape. TikTok. Is it going to be banned? Is it going to be shut down? Is it going to be forced to be sold? Nobody really knows. You know, there's obviously, it's been already prohibited from government and non-profit organization devices around the world. Is it genuinely, you know, a threat because Chinese can use it for propaganda? Is it just saber rattling from the US? Nobody really knows. But at the moment, it's there. We love it. Well, let's keep using it for now. These are suspiciously well-made protest signs. I've got a feeling that might have not been entirely organic. But TikTok is kind of doubling down and reacting to this in many ways by showing that we're not just a frivolous platform. We're not just, stupid stuff. They're really focusing on how TikTok gets used as a research tool. And for many young people, especially under 18s, it's used as the first point of contact for search now instead of Google or whatever. So they're really focusing on how they provide value to people and not just entertainment. Recently, they rolled out a new feature called Series, which is allowing creators to make subscription-only content, basically. So you might have a 20-part video tutorial on how to do this, and you can sell it to people. It's about providing real sort of educational, valuable content and making that, letting creators sell that directly to their fans. Also, it could potentially turn into the next OnlyFans. I didn't really thought about that before, but it could. Another feature which I really like that was just a small thing that was introduced recently, but you can now tag films in your TikToks. Seems like a small thing, but it does also allow you to then enable you to reach the community around those films. If there's a film that's super popular at the moment, you can tag that into your TikToks and make content and reach the communities around them, or popular franchise series or so on. And one thing they announced last week, which I think probably everybody could use at a certain point, is you can now just refresh your feed, just set it back to nothing, refresh the algorithm, if I can say that, and get back to the feed of a new person and start training it all over again. Really useful, nice little features. Facebook is Meta is competing with TikTok through its Reels, which are available in Instagram and Facebook. It's really beefing up the Facebook side of that now. So you can automatically create Reels from your memories. You can upload videos and images and it'll cut them to music for you automatically. You can also do that and choose different templates. So they're trying to make the creation of Reels super, super easy to make them more popular and more directly take on TikTok. WhatsApp recently launched avatars. This is apparently a big deal for them because they put posters up all around London. They're quite nice. They're basically like little stickers, like little Bitmoji stickers. What's weird about them is that they're not compatible with your avatars anywhere else across Meta. They're entirely separate, which I think is a really strange move. You have to set up an avatar on WhatsApp and then an avatar on every other one of Meta's properties. I thought the whole idea behind them was that you have a shared unified identity across everything, so who knows. But WhatsApp, what's more interesting, I think, is how they're beefing up status. Status is just that sort of little passive thing you see when you log into WhatsApp. You're not actively messaging someone, but you can see what your friend's latest status is, kind of like a story on Instagram. Previously, it was just text. You could just write a little text status, but now you can choose who it's for. You can leave voice notes. People can react to it. It's become much more like stories inside of WhatsApp, much, much more broadcast, more interactivity, much more social. And Instagram, likewise, has a couple of nice new features. It's got this social collaborative saving, basically like a little mini Pinterest. So you and your friends can have groups where you bookmark things that are interesting to you together. But also recently introduced this feature called Notes. Likewise, when you go into your DMs, you see everybody's icons at the top and people can leave these little text statuses just as how really, really short, like 60 characters. My niece uses them a lot. But on top of that, another feature which is really interesting, I think, called broadcast channels. And this is basically like one-way DMs inside Instagram. So a brand or a creator or someone just posts updates to it and people can react to it, but they can't actually converse with them. So it's for brands, it's for businesses, a one-way broadcast channel. It lets you kind of communicate directly with your real close fans or your faithful customers. And all of this stuff like WhatsApp status updates and Instagram notes and Instagram broadcast channels. The reason they're interesting, which I forgot to come on to, is this is another feature that's basically been copied directly from Chinese social media apps, specifically WeChat. They're cool. They have this whole concept of private traffic, which is basically direct communication between you and a brand, one-way communication. But it's another step in Instagram turning itself into not just a photo app, but a super app for brands and businesses and creators that does a little bit of everything and really engages fandoms and engages groups and communities and lets them create custom experiences for them. So a really interesting step. We'll see what happens with that. All of this, I think, is about seeing an opportunity in Twitter's weakness. Now, Twitter, as we all know, has gone through some incredible changes in the last 6 months or so. User numbers are, well, if you believe Elon Musk, they're up. If you believe everybody else, they're down. But it's certainly, it's in a definite flux. I know I'm a heavy Twitter user. I can tell you that about half of the people I follow no longer post on Twitter. I wouldn't say it's dead yet, but it's certainly not as active as it used to be. So I think Meta sees this as an opportunity, which is why it's introducing more broadcasts, more status, more text updates to kind of take some of that market away. Twitter recently gave itself an algorithmic feed, kind of like TikTok. For the first time, it's not only the people you follow, but also about just top trending content or just content from people who've paid to be verified. It's also gone heavy on analytics. Now you can see how many people have bookmarked a post. You can see how many people have seen it, how many people have liked it. They really, really want to show how much activity happens around tweets, which is kind of, I get the concept and I think it's good. It does lead to a very cluttered user interface where actually the tweet is almost like the least number of characters in the content of the tweet is the least number of characters in the box. But it's not a bad idea per se. Twitter also is trying to beef up its Blue, which is the subscription service. You pay a monthly fee, you get your little Blue verified badge, and you get access to certain new features. For example, Twitter Blue subscribers can now write tweets of up to 4,000 characters in length. You see one of them here. Obviously, you don't get that in your feed. You just get a little show more button. But they're trying to make it into more of a place where brands and businesses and creators can communicate in more ways beyond the sort of 280 character limit. Meta likewise has recently introduced a verified service. So if you are a creator, you can pay to have a little verified blue check mark next to your name that proves who you are. But you also, as well as that, get access to Twitter support. It's built for creators and businesses more than anything. Honestly, I thought this was like, oh, they're just copying Twitter Blue when I saw this. And then I read an amazing article over the weekend about how there's a whole industry of people basically getting people banned and then unbanned on Instagram by faking identities. So if you're a creator, it's a genuine problem that somebody might steal your identity and get your account closed down, then blackmailing you into opening it up again. So I do actually think it's a smarter idea than it seemed at first glance. Another way that social apps are trying to make money, because ads are just not making as much money as they used to since Apple pulled the rug from under them, is by trying to do many more direct payments. So whether that's gifting, micro gifts, if you have Reels creators, this is US only at the moment, but you can buy little digital stickers and thank yous and send them to people and they get a share of the revenue from that. Snapchat's introducing a bunch more stuff. Now, Snap Streaks, I'm too old for Snapchat. I love Snapchat, but I'm too old to use it. My last streak was about 2 days, I think. But people spend a lot of time curating their streaks, which is how often you and a friend ping back and forth messages. But if you go away for a week, you can sometimes lose that streak. So you can now pay to restore your streak on Snapchat, which again, it's not a feature for me, but I think if you're a heavy Snapchat user, that might actually be really useful. Bit of a shakedown. Spotify is just launched a big redesign, as well as like much more focus on AI, like everything else, which we'll come to later. So there's now an automated DJ, again, US only for now, more podcasts, more different range of audio, but also a lot more social. It's got its own kind of TikTok style feed now, where musicians, artists can upload personal clips or previews of a new song and people can interact with them. It's taking like some of TikTok's entertainment focus and putting it into the app itself. This year, this feels like my Oscars bit. This year, we said goodbye to Instagram Live Shopping and Instagram Shop tab. So they are dead. You cannot use them anymore. That does not necessarily mean the end of social shopping. It just means that live shopping has just not taken off in the West at all. It's huge in China, across Asia. Everybody thought it was going to be big here. Hasn't really done it. And the shop tab has gone as well, because that's not how people use Instagram. But you can still tag products and sell products directly through your stories, directly through your feed, directly through your reels. Social commerce has not gone away. It's just some of the more obvious bits have changed. And in fact, social really is very, very good at driving product discovery. If you look, this was from a recent survey of US 18 to 24-year-olds. Over half of them said that they have recently bought a product from TikTok after seeing it on TikTok or Instagram. Doesn't necessarily mean they bought it through those platforms, but they have seen a product, they've discovered it there, and then they've made the purchase based on that. The big rising one in that is Pinterest, which is really, we saw the talk earlier this morning if you were here, really making a play for more social commerce. That's a big place for product discovery now, not just kind of inspiration. So people do discover a lot of products on Instagram and then buy them afterwards, but not necessarily through social commerce. So social commerce is of actually turning that purchase into an on-platform purchase. There's lots of experimentation still going on in there. Amazon just launched its own TikTok-style interface called Amazon Inspire. It's all about people showing off products and being able to buy them. Again, US only. All of this is US only right now, but it's worth keeping an eye on. TikTok added in-app checkout. That's actually been in the UK for a while, so we did lead on that. That's now come to the US as well. And Pinterest Shuffles, which you, again, if you were here for Mark's talk earlier, you will have seen. It's a collage app, which they're experimenting with you being able to buy things directly from the collage. So lots of experimentation. Every platform wants to basically turn that discovery into purchase. A few things haven't worked, maybe a few things will. Snapchat, again, another one doing heavy on e-commerce, social commerce, but their thing is really fashion. They're pushing hard on fashion. They teamed up with Vogue recently for a fashion try-on, very similar to our own here. But that was here in London. They did a pop-up. You could make an appointment, go in and try on Vogue, try on fashion brands virtually. They worked with H&M on a collection which was available both digitally through Snapchat, but also physically in H&M shops. And they just released this product called Ares, which is basically augmented reality for enterprises. And their first product is a whole suite of shoppable digital tools, from AR try-ons to automatic sizing, all of this type of stuff. They're really going hard after that angle. So, you know, let's see where all of this stuff ends up. While we're talking about AR, let's talk about extended realities more broadly. By extended realities, I mean anything that's sort of adding a bit more digital to our own world, right up to fully virtual spaces, from VR to gaming. Augmented reality on your phone is just getting much nicer graphically. You can see on the left-hand side, this is a Snapchat lens. It now does real-time reflections, called ray tracing, so things like really take on this beautiful metallic look and will sort of reflect other things in the scene around them. It adds a real layer of reality, doesn't look purely digital anymore. Google released this service called Immersive Stream for XR, which basically allows you to stream very high quality 3D models to your phone. So you can get this incredible looking car with like real-time lighting and all of this stuff, and it just streams through your web browser. You don't even need to download anything. And Meta with its Quest, which is, well, we'll come to that later. They're working on ways to make it more collaborative so you and your friends can experiment in the real world while using your VR headset to put digital objects in the real world that you can all play with at the same time, making it a much more social experience. And everybody's still working on a way to get this on your face. All of this stuff works on your phone at the moment, but they all want it to be on your face because it just works so much more nicely. Augmented reality and virtual reality is already on there, obviously. Augmented reality works just so much more nicely when you have a good pair of glasses. But it's hard. It's a very hard product decision. We saw the release of PlayStation VR 2, which is a big upgrade to its VR, purely for gaming, basically does nothing else. But lots of experimentation with these different form factors for augmented reality glasses. Most of them sort of just put screens into the world around you. They don't really do full interaction. So you could be sitting on the tube watching, you know, Netflix just on your glasses like that, which is quite interesting. But nobody's really cracked it, and it's a few more years away from really getting into something that people would wear on their face for a long time and feel comfortable with it. So where lots of experimentation is happening, we've seen a couple of talks about this already, is the Metaverse, or as we call it, Roblox. Loads of stuff happening in this space, especially music. Just recently in Horizon Worlds, which is Meta's VR space, there's been concerts from J Balvin. They brought Biggie Smalls back to life virtually. They had a virtual New Year's Eve DJ, Shaquille O'Neal DJ set for the whole night. Calvin Harris working with TikTok and their company Pico. And in Roblox, we've had Mariah Carey did a Winter Wonderland with a live concert. Kid Laroi in Fortnite. Still loads of music brands want to get into the space of gaming or metaverse-ish stuff. And loads of brands, also non-music brands doing this. Heinz just launched a tomato experience in Fortnite. Oreo, H&M, BBC Traitors have got a version you can play in Fortnite. Mr. Beast came to Fortnite for the first time and did one of his trademark challenges. So if you played this game and you accrued a certain number of points, you could actually win $1 million cash, which is, you know, Mr. Beast's sort of signature style. So still loads of things happening in this space to varying degrees of quality. One of my favorites was this one. There's a game called Among Us, which is like a little detective whodunit game if you haven't played it. And if you've seen the film Glass Onion, they're all playing this game. It's Benoit Blanc and loads of famous TV detectives are all playing this game. And this game saw this and went, we love it. Can we make a character based on Benoit Blanc? So they did. You can play as Benoit Blanc in Knives Out. Just a nice little opportunistic thing, really fun. But the reason that so many brands are in this space in the first time is because gaming, and we say this a lot, gaming is so big with people, especially people age 19 and under. All ages, but people age 19 and under especially. 8 out of 10 said they play video games. 9 out of 10, so actually more people watch game-related content. Even if they don't play the games themselves, they love to watch gaming videos on YouTube, on TikTok, wherever. And about 3/4 of them say that they have direct influence on the purchases that are made for them. The old pester power brought up to date. So that is why so many brands want to be in gaming, is because the opportunity with young people is so vast. And there's a whole kind of, this is not my slide, this is from Super Awesome, who are just down the road, very, very good. They're owned by Epic Games, who own Fortnite, but they talk about, there's this real mix of, when we talk about gamers, we often think, oh, let's go into a game, but there's gamers, there's in-game items, there's around the game items, there's gaming creators, there's gaming sponsorships, there's a whole scene of people just sharing clips from games with each other across YouTube and mobile apps. It's a huge gaming ecosystem. Even though everybody's still trying to tap into it, I think it's still very, very, very untapped market. And at the center of it all is Discord. Discord is one of those things that if you're over 21, it's really confusing to use for the first time. But it's basically like big community chat rooms, but all built around, every server is based around a different community. Really popular with gamers. It's just done a deal with PlayStation and Xbox to be the default voice chat on each platform going through Discord. So it's the first time ever, it's one of the first times that you as a PlayStation player can chat to a friend on an Xbox, but you all do it through this Discord community, and now you can live stream into there, you can have presenters. They're building up this ecosystem based around gaming fandoms and being able to interact with people as they play. It's a really, again, a difficult space to get your head around the first time you look into it. There's so much happening, but it's really, really, really important to understand because it is at the center of so many things happening in gaming and metaverse-ish stuff. Metaverse tools, we've seen some examples this morning already. There's lots of work going on to make this stuff easier. Spatial, Decentraland, all kind of make tools to make it easier to make worlds in their experiences. That's been the hardest thing to do so far, is to have the technical ability to make something, not just play it. That technical barrier is coming down. But the really big move that was announced a couple of weeks ago was if you play Fortnite, that's now integrated with Unreal Engine, which is the biggest graphics engine out around there. It massively expands what you can do with Fortnite. It's no longer that kind of really cartoony look. You can make incredible high scale, high quality, high polished video games using Fortnite and take your characters across them. It's very metaversey. People are very excited about it, and for good reason. This might look, if you've seen games before, you'd be going, oh yeah, that's what games look like. But Fortnite never looked like this. Fortnite now enables anybody to create really rich graphical worlds. They've reduced the barrier massively. Likewise, Roblox. Roblox is the biggest games creation platform around by far. I think you saw on the talk earlier from Max. But Roblox is now integrating AI to make it even easier to create. If you want to create brand new textures for something, you just type in the name of the texture, it generates it, lights it, puts it into the game for you. It will help you write script to make things interactive. Again, massively lowering that barrier to making it possible for people to create things. If this continues as it does with more advances in AI, it will be as easy to make, a short game level as it will be to make a 25-minute video on YouTube or something like that. People have broadly lost interest in the metaverse, and I mean the metaverse as the keyword rather than the thing itself. In fact, there was never massive interest in it. Like that big spike down there was when Mark Zuckerberg first changed the name of the company, Facebook, to Meta. So there's been a bit of interest, but people are mostly over it. That doesn't mean people have lost interest in games and interest in building and interest in avatars and all of the things that we would call metaversey. They're just saying that the metaverse as a thing does not exist. And so, the conversation's moved on. And it's moved on largely to AI. And when I say largely, I mean almost entirely. That's what people talk about now. That's what I'm going to talk about now. AI is in everything. Not quite. Everything digital. It's really hard. There's been, especially in the last month or so, there's been so many stories and there's so much hype from both sides. It's going to ruin the world. It's going to improve the world. It's going to end us all. It's going to empower us all. It's really, really hard to just find that signal amongst the noise. So I'm going to try and handpick a little bit of what I think are the most important stories. Obviously, it's just my opinion. Let's start with text generators. GPT-4 launched a couple of weeks ago. Has everybody heard of ChatGPT? Pretty much nodding all round. So GPT-4 is a big update to this language model, and it enables incredible things for you to do with only a text box. The big advances are you can now include up to 25,000 words, so you can paste in an entire article, you can do all this stuff. It's really, really good at writing code for you, like incredibly good, and it can understand images now. I don't know if you had time to see that, but if you feed it an image, let me just go back and play that video again so you can watch the end. If you watch for the video at the end, you can give it an image and it analyzes the image, but it understands what's going on, but also what's going on and what that might mean. So in this case, you have a plank with a ball on it and something, a boxing glove ready to go down, and you say, what happens when the glove drops? It will hit the wood plank and the ball will fly up. So it understands what's going on in there and then is able to reason based on that image. That's what they say. I haven't actually had a chance to try it for myself yet. They also just released a whole load of plugins, which is turning it from a destination into a platform. One of the things that is surprisingly bad at is really, really good at grammar and at text. It's terrible at maths, which is not what you would expect from a computer. So you can now add plugins to it like Wolfram Alpha, and if you ask it a mathematical question or something like that, it will go off and look up the answer and bring it back and then include it as part of its response. Loads of different things happening in there. Expect to see a ton more of that happen as well. So it's AI not as, again, ChatGPT not as a destination, as a place you go to, but as a starting point for you to be a platform to build on top of. Likewise, they've just introduced a subscription service because it's really expensive and they need to pay for it somehow, and an API. So if you're a business, you can now take ChatGPT's powers and include it into your own apps. And we're already seeing loads of this. Duolingo now lets you have a conversation in somebody in another language and will correct you when you're wrong. When I say somebody, I mean ChatGPT. You're having a conversation in another language which it understands way better and it can actually correct you, and you can ask questions to it and so on. Shopify, you can treat it like a virtual shop assistant and it understands its products very well. Snapchat now lets you have your own personalized AI, so you can just ask it questions like, can you write a haiku about my friend's love of cheese? So these are just 3 products. It's in so many things. It's really become this sort of foundational layer for much of today's technology. Some of this might not be there in 6 months' time. They might look at it and go, do you know what? We tried, it didn't work, who knows? But there's this huge period of experimentation going on now, and some of it might stick. Let's see in 6 months. Let's come back in 3 months for my next Curious Sparks talk to find out. Microsoft has gone big on AI. It's basically refactored its whole company around it, starting with Bing. Bing if you don't know, and you probably wouldn't because very, very few people ever used it, it's its alternative to Google search. But it's now with ChatGPT or GPT-4 built in, so it's search plus AI in the same interface. It can do very, very interesting creative answers or more precise answers. You can use it to generate images. It's really taking search to the next level. It's also, Microsoft inked a massive deal, like $10 billion deal partnership with OpenAI to get exclusive access to a lot of its features early. And it's turning up everywhere across Microsoft product. Microsoft Teams will automatically create chapters from your video meetings. LinkedIn will offer to write your profile for you. GitHub Copilot is now, not only can you write code, but you can also ask it where you're going wrong and it will tell you, and you can chat to it as if you had the world's best coder sat right next to you. Google has responded with a thing called Bard. It's fine. If it had come out 6 months ago, it would have looked amazing, but on the tails of everything else, it's okay. Describe the advertising industry in a single sentence using only 1-syllable words. Sales ideas to others. Smart. Those are not 1-syllable words, though. So it's fine. It's okay. It's not great. And it's really weird to say that because this is such an interesting breakthrough in what machines are capable of, and I'm just here saying it's fine. Claude is another one to look at. There's a company called Anthropic. I don't know what they mean by that query. I want you to tell me how to... I don't know. Anyway, but Claude is built to be kind of more safe and more guided, and that's turning up in a few products as well. That's founded by engineers of OpenAI who left the company and went to work on their own, and heavily funded by Google, so you might see that name pop up a bit more in the future as well. But let's talk about image generators now. I love text generators, but I love image generators even more. Recently, a couple of weeks ago, Midjourney, which is my one of choice, released a new version of its image generator. Does everybody know what an image generator is? It's kind of like that one text generator. You type text, but what it gives back to you is not more text, but an image. You can create images from nothing. I made this image. This is not a photograph. I didn't design it in Photoshop. I just asked Midjourney to create an image of a group of young friends, fashionable friends, standing in a street in natural lighting and make it look like it was shot on an iPhone. That image has never existed before in the history of humankind. These people do not exist. I made this. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. The leap in image quality is unbelievable. And you can see when you compare it to its previous version, Midjourney version 4 was still nice. I really like that, but it's much more digital art. It's much more painterly. Midjourney 5, the level of realism has really kicked up a notch. The hair, the faces, still has some weirdness with hands. It's not great at doing hands, but also much, much better at that as well. If I do a quick close-up of those, comparing Midjourney 4 to Midjourney 5, you can see the level of detail and photorealism in that is off the scale. When you look at it really closely, the scene doesn't quite add up, but you have to look at it really closely. And those hands have come out mint. And you could do so much stuff with it. These, again, just images I've created. This is me doing like product photography of a load of wires and chipboards just to see if I could. This is me trying to replicate the style of a photographer I like. So it's capable of so much stuff, and its output quality is amazing. And it reminds me a lot of when photography was invented, because we're having a lot of the same conversations now that we had, 140 years ago. When photography was invented, there was a huge backlash against it from traditional artists, portrait painters. I love this quote by a photographer called Nadar, who says, "This new discovery was so brilliant, so utterly unforeseen, so far beyond anything imaginable, it destabilized all that was known and believed." And I think you could take that quote and put it in the mouth of somebody today, and it wouldn't look out of date at all. And it's not just new companies, like existing companies have seen where the wind is going and where the tide is going and are kind of moving into it as well. So Shutterstock now has its own image generator. If you can't find the image you want, just search for it and make one. And it's all trained on Shutterstock's own data, so it knows that it has kind of the rights to that data, and it comes out looking like Shutterstock photos. But the most exciting one, I think, the new entrant was Adobe. Adobe's just launched a product called Firefly. And again, it's starting off in a similar way. It's an image generator where you can write text, but it also has a really nice user interface to it. So it takes away a lot of the difficulty of writing very smart prompts. And it's coming with new features that will enable retouching to be like just so automatic. You can just change somebody's clothes on the fly. You can also just change their face if their face is not perfect. All of this is using AI. This is really nice. You can take a photograph. It will analyze the depth of that photograph and then create a new one based on the depth of that photograph. So it will use kind of the same 3D effect to it. All of this stuff coming to Adobe with a really nice professional user interface on it, all trained on Adobe stock images. It's going to be really revolutionary, I think, with this thing. It's because it makes it so easy to use for everybody. And this is where I think all of this stuff goes. It's not that you go to Midjourney and do something. It's not that you go to ChatGPT and do something. It's that it's just in the things we use all the time. And eventually, in about 2 years, we go, oh, remember then that was cutting edge. So you see it in like Microsoft Copilot. This works across the whole of the Microsoft 365 suite. So it will generate slides for you. It will generate a SWOT analysis for you if you give it some details. It will generate meeting notes automatically. And it's all super smart and using incredible technology. And eventually it'll just become, you just use it all the time. It's like autocomplete on your phone or whatever. It's just a thing that's there and works. Likewise, at Google Workspace, that's introducing a big AI upgrade. Create images to go in your slides, create slides. You can also just, if you've written something, I don't know why you would do this, but if you've written something, you just go, rewrite it for me, and I don't care how. It will summarize your conversations. It will create meeting notes in all of your meetings. Kind of boring stuff, but boring, really important stuff that takes away a lot of the drudgery and ordinary things we have to do, and will just become a feature and just a button we click and we'll get used to it. Canva, same thing. Canva, if anybody uses it, Canva has a thing called Visual Suite or Visual Work Suite, which is like its own Office suite. slides and docs and all of this stuff. It's now all AI powered. And again, if you showed me that 6 months ago, I would have gone, wow. And now you show it and I'm like, oh, them too. It's just become a feature. It's really interesting. And we just kind of just have to get used to this stuff being there now, developing new norms and new ways of working. This is the most boring slide I've got on the deck, but if you're a business, it's going to be like, it'll just be available to you to plug all your services into. It's not going to take any work for you. It'll just become boring and background. But yeah, we just have to get used to it. And so we're seeing the development of a lot of new rules and norms, and like TikTok recently announced new community guidelines, and one of those was about the use of AI on TikTok. Generally, it's fine as long as you say it's synthetic. You've made it this. You say this is not real, but you can't do a deep fake or whatever of a person who's private, of just one of your friends or somebody you're picking on, and you can't use deep fakes of like celebrities if you're using them to sell stuff. But otherwise, like, yeah, we understand people are doing this. Let's just get on with it. VCCP, by the way, is developing its own legal framework for our use of AI, which should be ready quite soon. Also, like the US Copyright Office, this is another one, just says if you make something with Midjourney or DALL-E or whatever, and all you do is make it and then just use it, you can't copyright that because really you haven't done the work. It's almost like you've told somebody what to make, like you're commissioning an artist. And people will argue with that because you say, well, I crafted that prompt really carefully. I took loads of time. I said exactly what I wanted to do. But even so, it's like, yeah, you could tell an artist that that's exactly what you want and you make it for you. But if you then take that, modify it in Photoshop, if you put human labor and craft into it, it becomes copyrightable. So I think we'll just see lots of things like this, more regulations, more rules happening in the near term. I'm going to end with some emerging stuff. This is the bit I get always really excited about. By the way, all of the images from all of the sections in this I made with Midjourney. I didn't use stock photography for any of them. You can probably tell on a few of them. Gen 1 is a really interesting little tool. You give it an input video, and then you basically give it an input image, and it will apply the concepts of that image to the video. So I shot this little scene of a packet of cars, water crackers, and a vape juice. I shot that and then gave it an image of a factory, and it generated this image for me. So I can use that for almost like storyboarding. I can create my own little animations. It's got a really nice web interface now to it as well. So you drag your video and you tell it which image source you want to use, and it just generates these little short 3-second clips, very low quality, very, very much in its infancy. This came out about 3 months ago, and just last week they announced, oh, that's out of date now. We've got a second version of it anyway. Gen 1 is now Gen 2. And Gen 2, you don't even need that video in the first place. Now you can just type a text prompt and it will generate a brand new short 3-second video for you, basically from nothing. So it's video generation on the fly using AI. And again, very, very early days, but where this is going, oof. This is a really interesting one. This is a product called Wonder Studio. Wonder Studio basically lets you, similar to the previous one, but even better, film scenes with, say, people in them, and then using skeleton tracking and AI will replace the people in your scenes with 3D characters. So you can see here's the result of that. We filmed that scene before with the guy walking out of the church. He's just been fully replaced by a CGI robot, and that's basically a drag and drop UI interface. This is their product video, so it probably doesn't work quite as well as this in real life, but it does look really cool. It automatically relights the characters for you based on analysis of the scene. So if you're a person like working in this space where you're mixing 3D and physical video, absolute game changer. Oh, yeah, and so my final one. So all of this just makes it really, really easy for people with no artistic, technical skill like myself to create new things. So this is a video that I made. I generated the image in Midjourney. I then uploaded it to a service called DID. I typed in some text. I chose an artificial voice, and it applied that artificial voice to the video and animated the video for me. So I made this in about 3 minutes. And it's entirely AI and CG. Oh, Greg, audio, mate. Thank you. Wait. Let's do that again.
Thank you for watching this Curious Sparks presentation and for being here today at our event. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much.
Cool. Welcome back, everyone. I hope everybody enjoyed pizza and had a go at all the stands. I'm Jono, I'm account director on O2, and I'm going to be show running for the second half to give Pete a well-earned break. We've got an action-packed lineup for you this afternoon. We've got a talk on the ethical implications of AI with Ben Byford. Karosh is going to be taking us through his platform, Idomoo. We have a short break, and then we'll have Loud Parade with Ramon and a Midjourney Battle where two of VCCP's most vicious creatives go head-to-head in the world of AI. But first, our friends from Cowry, Rafi and Pippa, take us on a journey through time and help us understand how our ancient brains cope, or do not cope, with the modern world. Please welcome Pippa and Rafi.
Have I broken it already? What did I do? I feel like...
Click it again, I hope something happens. Right. Yeah.
Nice, okay, right, that works a little bit better. Fantastic, okay, psychological innovation. Hi everyone. We are going to talk to you about psychological innovation in decision making. My name is Rafi March, I am Chief Design and Innovation Officer at Cowry.
Hi guys, I'm Pippa, I'm Head of Client Strategy at Cowry.
Before I start, I just want to know who here has heard of behavioral science? Put hands up. Okay, that's most hands, that's really good. Who here is practically using it within their work? One or two? Okay, no, that's good, There's a couple of hands. Okay, fantastic. So Cowry was actually acquired by VCCP at the end of last year. And obviously what we're looking to do is bring behavioral science capability to the business. I'm hoping this time next year, that's going to be many, many hands that are up. I'm not going to give you a sales pitch, but just to give a little bit of context on who we are a team of psychologists and behavioral scientists, and we're on a mission to make businesses as humanly possible. And what I mean by that is, obviously, today already from the talks and all of the really cool stands here, lots of people are investing money in tech and digital experiences, but what we're often finding is that the human, the people, the customers get left out of that experience, in that we don't necessarily design these experiences firsthand to tap into how people's brains think. So that's what we do. We're trying to put people back at the forefront of that experience. And to do that, as I mentioned, we've got a really good team of psychologists, but we're working with businesses. More and more businesses are realizing the importance of using behavioral science to help them with their work and to help them interact with customers. Some of these guys we're running pilots with, but others we've been working with for 4 or 5 years now to embed behavioral science capability within their teams. But we've got a mix of psychologists, behavioral scientists, behavioral data scientists, economists. But what's really important to us is that we've got culturally and cognitively diverse teams. And by that, what I mean is, a lot of the research that's out there on how people think is really biased towards white Western communities. And as a company that helps people all over the world, we also need to be able to understand the nuances in behavior that exist all over the world as well. So culturally diverse team from all over the world, but also cognitive diversity is really important. So making sure that we've got an understanding of behavioral insights and behavioral research, behavioral strategy through to kind of behavioral design, and then experimental design. So being able to create an end-to-end experience that actually speaks to people's brains. Now, I wouldn't be a psychologist if I didn't talk about one of my favorite studies. So this one was by McNeil, and it shows the impact of words and the importance of considering the words we use and the impact that has on our decisions. And this one was run in a real-life hospital, and what they did is they were sharing the results of radiation therapy and surgery with 2 groups of people. And so to the first group, they said this: after this operation, 90% of patients are alive after 5 years. And then to the second group, they said this: after this operation, 10% of patients are dead after 5 years. So I'll ask you guys, by show of hands, which statement do you think encourages more people to take up the operation? Hands up for A. Pretty nice. Anyone for B? No? Okay, fantastic. So yeah, absolutely. Everyone pretty much went for A. It was actually 85% of people went for A and took up that operation when it was framed in terms of living versus dying, which is completely understandable. But what it shows us is that even though it's the exact same statistic, the way that we frame it is really important. And actually you see this massive behavioral shift just by changing the words around so that it appeals to the way that people think and they've not got this loss. And this particular bias we refer to as framing, but framing is one of over 200 different mental biases and shortcuts that we use every day to help us make decisions. But it does depend where you look. If you look on Google, there's over 600 different biases that you can tap into, and each one has a kind of different area. So there's kind of visual biases, there's more copy-based biases, there's physical biases that we can be thinking about. But when we've got a better understanding of these biases and how people are making those choices, that means we can start to build much more exciting experiences that actually speak to how customers think. So in the context of vulnerability or accessibility, it's really important that we've got an understanding of how people are taking in that information and then what they're doing with it. And one of the reasons this is really important, I guess, especially in the case of innovation, is that we know that innovation doesn't necessarily tap into people's brains. And actually, as a result of that, 83% of innovation fails. So we've seen some really good examples this morning, and Peter took us through all of these exciting themes and trends that are coming up. Not all of them are gonna stick around forever. And the reason that happens, and one of the things we often talk about, is the intention-behavior gap, where intentions don't always necessarily lead to behavior. So intentions actually predict only 36% of behavior. So if you asked a group of 100 people, there's this new cool product, are you going to go and use it? 100 people might say yes. But then when you look at it, only 36% of them, 36 people, are actually going to go and do that. So innovation is fundamentally flawed in that it's not necessarily tapping into people's biases and the way that people think, and tapping into things like the framing example that I took you through a second ago. With innovation, there's around £1.3 billion that's spent on it every year. So if only 36% of that is being realised, that means there's a really big number of it that's going down the toilet. So we refer to this as the innovation gap, and we think that one of the ways we can start to close that is by having a really deep understanding of what motivates people, but also what are the psychological barriers in place that are stopping them from doing things. And then it basically gets us to this place where we know that identifying opportunities without data can be unreliable. We don't do that anymore. We're using data wherever we can to support our decisions. Big data without design thinking can be unpredictable. So we actually need to make sure that we're designing the UX and the interactions we've got in a way that people actually want to interact with. But then the design thinking without the behavioral insights can leave you with something that's quite unremarkable, but we don't think innovation has to be. We think if you combine the data with the design and then this kind of secret piece around the behavioral science, that's when we can create these really interactive and intuitive experiences. And Pippa will take you through an example of one of those in just a second. So this is, I guess, the kind of behavioral challenge that we want to take you through, where one of our clients came to us, Phoenix, Standard Life, and they wanted to help their vulnerable customers have a much better experience with them. They wanted to be able to identify the cues of vulnerability and actually when their customers need help. And you might have seen in the news at the minute that William Hill have got one of the biggest fines ever for not supporting their vulnerable customers. So this is a really big talking piece at the moment around how can we actually support our customers when they're going through maybe financial hardship or other factors. So they said to us, how can we create an interactive e-learning experience that not only allows us to identify the vulnerable customers and support them better, but is actually also empowering our colleagues so that they feel better equipped to have those conversations. And I guess the key thing here being, if you've never experienced a vulnerability yourself, how do we get them to experience that such that they can then empathize and show compassion towards that customer? Because not everyone has experienced that at any point in their life. So I'll hand you over to Pippa, who's going to take us through how we started to do that.
Amazing. There you go. Thank you. Perfect. So what Rafi's spoken about there is essentially what we refer to as the empathy gap. So that ability to put yourself in someone else's shoes, and we feel that a lot when it's a very different situation, or our current selves versus our future selves. Pensions is a great example. It's very hard to think about, I'm going to save for my 60-year-old self, my 70-year-old self, when you're in your 20s, you've probably got much better priorities of how to use your money than thinking about your retirement or saving for future children and grandchildren. And that empathy gap is a really important part of the underlying psychology that I want to talk you through. And in terms of vulnerability, I suppose this was something that we started working on a few years ago as vulnerability as a concept has started to evolve more within the different types of clients that we work with. But what really set the scene for us, I suppose, was when we were working in a contact centre, a financial services contact centre, and we were listening to some of the calls that were coming in, and we heard this one conversation that really stuck with us. And there was a contact centre agent, let's call him Andrew, that we were sat with listening to some of his calls. And he had a phone conversation with a woman, let's call her Susan. And she was phoning up saying, I want to just really understand where my pension's at. I want to understand about my investments. Really just want to make sure everything's, in place, working as hard as it can be. Are my beneficiaries up to date? Do I have everything in place that I need? And Andrew, as that, really supportive contact centre agent, was doing everything he could to help her, support her, be really efficient and get everything done, and ended that conversation really positively, and she was pleased that she had everything sorted. A few weeks later, we found out that Susan had taken her own life, and what she was doing in that conversation was really just putting everything in place to be able to do that and make sure that her friends and family didn't have to worry about anything. And so what Andrew did was, everything he'd been trained to do, which was be helpful, be supportive, be efficient, but he hadn't been trained to look for those markers of vulnerability that actually identified potentially Susan needed some support, and actually through things that she was saying or the way that she was speaking to Andrew could have picked up on some of those cues, and he could have prompted a conversation or added kind of markers there to investigate that further. And so that for us really brought that home in terms of how can we from a psychological perspective support customers like that in those types of situations. And to bring it to life so you guys can feel it, we talk about, feeling is believing here. I just want you to think back to the last time you were on a holiday abroad, or you're planning to go on a holiday abroad. And it typically starts something like this. You might have an early flight, you might be feeling a little bit tired. I can't look at that picture without it making me yawn. You're starting to, think about what you need to do on holiday, what you might need to bring. Get to the airport, they might have lost your luggage. So, you get to the other side once you've landed, can't find your luggage. That's potentially quite stressful. You don't know where it is. You might be in a country where you can't speak the language, so you don't know how to ask, how to get help with your lost luggage, where to go, how to get it sorted. When you then try and find your hotel, you think, right, we'll leave the luggage, we'll sort that out later. Going to try and find my hotel. Again, you don't know where it is. You might not have data in that country that allows you to, use Google Maps or be able to support your interactions or your journeys. And again, not speaking the language is a really key barrier. And actually, you might find that people aren't necessarily very helpful to you. So all of that is quite overwhelming. And chances are you might have your kids with you that are at this point tired, crying, screaming. You're probably feeling like you want to cry at this point as well. You eventually get to the hotel, and imagine they say to you, sorry, there's no record on our system of you having a booking with us. So you've gone through all of that effort, that process, and they don't have a booking. And they say to you, okay, now you just need to choose a room. Would you like a single? Would you like a double? Would you like a family room? Would you like a king-size bed? Do you want a sea view? Do you want a garden view? Do you want any of the extras or the add-ons? And that makes you feel quite overloaded, I imagine, probably quite stressed, that whole experience, that whole journey, really adds to that sense of information overload and overwhelm. And that's a very minor example of how vulnerable customers can feel in those types of situations where you're potentially having to make a more complex decision. And that's what we refer to as the scarcity mindset, that sense of being overwhelmed, but actually having to focus so much on those key moments in your present environment that you're not able to think of anything more long-term or make any longer-term key decisions. Imagine having that amount of overwhelm and stress trying to find a room, and then someone saying to you, asking how you wanted to invest your money for the next 50 years, or things of, much higher consequence than choosing the wrong hotel room. And you get that sense of stress that you're not going to make the right decision. It's much easier to just not act at all in that present moment and kind of bury your head in the sand. And experiencing that scarcity mindset, I think this is one of the stats that really brought it home for me, is equivalent to losing 14 IQ points or 7 hours sleep. So imagine, you've barely slept at all one night, you come into work the next day, no one's feeling on their, top form, on their top game. Imagine trying to have that as your constant mindset, and then having to make those really key decisions around what to do with your money, or what to do with, key assets if you've just lost a loved one, things like that actually make decision making really impaired. So it's really important to be aware of the impact that can have on our decision making. And within the current environment and the clients that we work with, and some of the clients that you guys will work with too, at the moment around 5% of customers are currently flagged as vulnerable. And whether that's a physical impairment that might mean they need different types of communications, or a cognitive impairment, or even a temporary impairment, or kind of vulnerability such as going through a divorce, or even having a new child, and the kind of sleep deprivation that comes with that can be classed as a temporary vulnerability. But actually, it's likely that closer to 50% of customers in those different circumstances could be classed as vulnerable in different ways, and having impaired judgment or impaired decision making for certain reasons. And so thinking about how we can support them and look after them at different times in different ways is really, really important. And that's what we did with this client, with Phoenix and with Standard Life, was being able to embed some of those insights within a training program for colleagues to not only understand what it feels like to be vulnerable, but then to also support that with the training material and the upskilling. And that first module, so this warm-up setup here, was really, really important, that not just giving them content and training about types of vulnerability and things to say, things not to say, but actually starting with something that brought it to life for them, so that you could actually feel what it means to be vulnerable, and being able to empathize and be in the customer's shoes. And so one of the examples here is essentially a warm-up task that asks them to cross a busy road. They're hearing lots of traffic going around, but in the center of the screen here, you've got this black blur which represents what it's like to have macular degeneration. And that's the reason that I'm holding these goggles. We've got 10 different sets of visual impairments over on the stand over there. I'm going to give them to you guys. You can pass them around, try them on, see how much of me you can see while I'm going through there. But putting those kind of physical experiences into a digital setting, being able to close that empathy gap and bring it to life is really, really key. And showing them actually what it feels like helps them better respond to the training material that goes after it, and sets the scene for them on the conversations as well. And it was a compulsory module, but we saw really high uptake and completion rates for the first 4 weeks, far higher than they'd seen in some of their other training modules. And I think, they spoke about how it really set the bar for different types of training, and being able to, feel in people's shoes when it comes to interacting with customers as a colleague. And actually the CSAT scores were higher from vulnerable customers than non-vulnerable customers, which I think really just spoke to how dedicated and tailored those interactions were becoming when they were having those conversations with vulnerable customers as well.
So I think the example that Pippa just took you through there is one of the examples of one of these kind of wow moments that we created throughout the training. But there were multiple moments that were baked in. And one of the things that we had to think about is, for these guys who are sat at home in their bedrooms, who are doing their work remotely, how do we get them to feel that in a more emotional way through a screen? Because we can't necessarily get them to interact within a space at this point in time. But I guess the next step from there that has been been looking at. You just saw the VR example on the screen there, where they've now actually built a VR experience that places the employees in a situation where they're experiencing a vulnerable customer, and they're seeing how different people handle that situation. And the first time that I put it on, I kind of sat down in the chair, thought, okay, this is going to be great, really enjoy VR, hope it doesn't make me too dizzy. And 7 minutes later, I was just a blubbering mess where I was crying. And I cry at most things, most happy things, Disney films get me. But what this really did is close the empathy gap that Pippa was talking about, where it just helps you to visualize what it's like to an even greater extent. And obviously, we've seen all the wonderful examples of VR here today about how it immerses you. And I think what's really wonderful is that using the behavioral science, we can make those situations work harder, but now we're also able to use this tech to make the behavioral science work even harder and help us to visualize. So as Pippa mentioned, we've got these other assets over here on the stand. So we've got the different glasses to visualize different impairments, and we've also got the gloves down the bottom, which when you put them on, help you to experience what it's like to have, oh, I've just forgotten the word. Arthritis, thank you. And when you put these on, you try and write your name, you try and use your phone, and you realize just how difficult it is. But even though the movement's impaired, what's then associated with that is you get a certain amount of pain and comfortability from wearing these gloves as well. So if you're going to have them on for a long period of time, you're not going to be able to do as much as what you would normally do. So please come over at some point this afternoon if you want to come and try them on. But I guess the key thing that we wanted to be able to share is that behavior is really important. It's very different for lots of different types of people, but one of the things we can do is bring them to life and create these really innovative experiences that are really exciting, and I'd love to share more of that with you guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions? Nope, looks like they're free to go. Thank you, Pippa. Thank you, Rafi. Next up, I'll get on stage for this one. Go on. Next up, we have the consultant host of Machine Ethics podcast, Ben Byford, who will demonstrate and discuss speculation around uses and implications of generative AI. He's just getting mic'd up now, but put your hands together for Ben. I haven't got any. I tried to make AI write me 5 jokes. It didn't work out for me. Just don't think they really delivered. No, I'm not going to. All right, put your hands together for Ben, please.
Hi. 1, 2. Good. That one? Oh, nice. Hello. I have got the unenviable kind of self-imposed situation where I'm going to talk to you about ethics without boring you, sending you to sleep, making you walk out, all that sort of stuff. So I've kind of made this presentation fun. Let's see how that works out. So if you get bored of me talking about the kind of ethical side of AI, artificial intelligence, this kind of future world that we live in right now, you can play image gen bingo with me. So I think Peter earlier was talking about some of the kind of the new AI stuff that we have, like Midjourney, all the generative stuff that we have access to right now. All these slides in here, or most of the slides, have been made using Midjourney version 4, because 5 only came out this week, which is really annoying. So I've given the prompt, and it's made some images, and then I get to say what I think about it. So if you don't want to listen to me, you can just read and try and guess what I'm going to say about the image when it comes up. So I'm going to try and impart kind of like a basic knowledge or a basic idea around what AI ethics is, what AI is, what the hell we're talking about, what is interesting for me in this whole space. Having run a podcast for 7 years on the idea of AI and ethics, or social impact, all that sort of nice stuff. So I run the Machine Ethics podcast. I also consult with public and private orgs about how they're implementing their AI services, hopefully for better outcomes for everyone. I also teach and do workshops and come into companies and educate. And I also make computer games, and that's like this month. So this is all very new. So you might have this idea about what ethics is, and some of you even might have philosophy degrees, and I'm really sorry that I'm going to bastardize everything you've learned. So just kind of like hold fire for a second, and don't heckle me too much from the back. But I'm going to kind of lay down what I think it is in the context of this technology that we're talking about. So ethics is really this idea that we have good and bad, we have consequences, we have interactions, they all play out, and they can play out in different ways, and we should think about that and kind of discover together what is going to lead to better outcomes. And we say this is kind of part of philosophy, and we have these great thinkers through kind of the ages who have tried to tackle what is essentially good and bad about life and how we interact. And I think this is a really good kind of phrasing of that. Ethics is really about conduct. It's about frameworks and systems of cooperation. If you were kind of just sat in a void, kind of minding your own business, you don't really have to think about other people's moral standing. You don't have to think about how you're going to impact someone else, or how you're going to hurt them, or how they're going to feel about anything. So it's really about cooperation, conduct, working in the world that there are other, how we say, ethical agents, but other people, other things that we care about. And for me, this is what I think. It's the ethical glue of society. Ethics is the glue of society. Okay. So we have like the big hitters. You might have heard of some of these people. These are kind of ideas around kind of frameworks and systems of thinking about ethics, thinking about that conduct, like I was saying. So we have Immanuel Kant, weird fingers. We have Bentham, and these are kind of like almost, well, they're not really polar opposites, but like Kant is all about duties and being able to create things which are in and of themselves good conduct, right? Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, that sort of thing. Whereas Bentham and utilitarianism or consequentialism, you might have heard of these terms, is mostly about the consequence of an action. You know, the war might be justified in the consequence of the outcome of that war, for example. Tiny hand. So I love this one the most because he's got a t-shirt on, which is really weird. And then we have kind of the beginning of ethics. Like we have this idea that you have virtue, so you can be virtuous, or you are constantly striving as a moral agent to be more virtuous and to be to improve your conduct, and that's what virtue ethics is all about. So you kind of got these kind of frameworks, ways of thinking, which can help us with formulating what we might do with making decisions. So why ethics, or why specifically data ethics, or AI ethics, or technology ethics? You might have heard some of these terms as well. Because we use these systems to tell us what to write. These systems tell us like who to love. They also tell us what to buy, who to put in jail. There's an iPhone up here for some reason. How to drive, who to kill. Oh no, sorry. How to live and how to help, how to kill, and essentially how to think. Right? These are pervasive technologies that we have control of now, and we are using now, and they are everywhere. And if you change something about one of these technologies, you are changing the way that people live in the world instantly, right? And that's the power that you have as a designer, as a technologist, as an AI person, as a person making decisions, as a business person, all these sorts of things. You're profoundly changing the world, so you should probably think about that. In AI ethics, this idea of kind of how we're using these technologies, there's all these kind of issues. Here are some of them. This is not a complete list, but these are the types of things you'll hear about and types of things that people like to talk about. I was remiss in saying that I'm hoping that everyone has like a load of questions at the end of this, and hopefully we'll have time to kind of pick apart kind of the more interesting things people are interested in right now, because this is just like stuff that I thought that might be interesting. But I'm happy to take on more questions. We're going to talk about some of this a little bit, but you can see that there are ideas like nudging, like the behavioral stuff actually we were talking about beforehand is in there. There's this idea that we could nudge like en masse, and that comes into effect when you can exploit political will. You could just tell everyone that Trump or someone is a good candidate through the mechanism of generated misinformation. There's this idea of unwanted bias and inequities. present in data, which comes out in systems. There's also this idea, which is alignment. How do we know that the goals of the system are actually aligned with our original intents? Or can we somehow make some sort of mechanism to make sure that we have those aligned? Because essentially these are sort of black boxes, right? So we don't actually know what the learning what learning has occurred in the system itself. We can't say specifically. And then we get to kind of a more future situation where we're talking about transhumanism, superintelligence, singularity, robot rights, all these sorts of things which are like fun, but don't like necessarily impact us right today, although people have different opinions about that. But we should be talking about it. So I'm whizzing through this, so sorry if I'm talking too quickly, but we have generative AI, and it's cool, right? We talked about this slightly earlier, but why are all the AIs women? What's that about? So you can start seeing that there's the data that you're presenting these algorithms, and you get some sort of bias. And the bias is not necessarily bad, and we use bias as being a negative term all the time. In data science or computer science or in science, bias is good because you want systems to lean in a direction. You don't want it to be complete random noise. So you want bias, but you want the bias that you want. Is this the bias that we want? Is the question. It's open. I've mentioned this, Peter, earlier, but there's this time about 5 years ago where everyone was worried about robots, AIs taking our jobs. And we still are worried, right? But we're very much worried in a different way now. We're much worried about this. Like, we had all these jobs which we thought would be safe from automation. And actually, we're finding that we have the hollowing out of the middle classes to these systems because a lot of what we do is information manipulation, communication, symbol manipulation, and all these sorts of things which these systems can do very well. So we should be considering, what we're going to do in a couple of years' time, guys. Job applications over there. This is a really good one. I like this one. This is the only one where it's like, this is cool. If we're talking about some of these systems, we need to be aware. It's kind of like being educated about how to use the web. You go into Wikipedia and you have to have an understanding what Wikipedia is. It's a conglomerate of people who've done things together. Sometimes they fight each other over the right terms on very specific Tolkien things on Wikipedia or whatever it is, and things change all the time, and it's crazy. This is exactly what ChatGPT is, right? You ask it several things, and it's going to give you different answers. It's non-deterministic. You keep asking it the same thing, it will come back with different things, because that's how it's created. Can we rely on that for safety-based applications, applications where you need an answer, or that answer might be misleading, or the answer might be just completely wrong? How are we expecting these systems to work, and should we be more educated about that? This is really potent, I think. So you are giving data to these systems, and you need to be aware of what data that you are giving. So if you are telling the system about a client, and you're using the free version, for example, this is very specific to GPT 3, 4, whatever, you are essentially giving data to them, and they own that data, and they can train on that data. So you need to be careful about what comes up in the future when that system starts talking about your client, about the data you've given it. Right? It's interesting, right? This is a thing that I came across the other day because I was making a poster. And you have this weird thing that happens where you have kind of artifacts in data. For example, there is a thing in the bottom. And I don't know what this thing is, but it looks like a signature. It looks like some sort of signature or badge or logo or website address. But I actually don't know. And it strikes me that this could be someone's work, right? And this is a big accreditation or kind of copyright issue right now, and it's blowing up. There's a big thing in Japan about the people who do the illustrations between frames and films, in manga films, anime films, sorry, being hollowed out as individuals because these systems are taking over those jobs. And there's a big hoo-ha about it. Who made this? Should we care about it? Does that person represent a kind of economic force that we should be attributing information, money, thanks, whatever it is to? That's a big question. Sometimes you can ask questions on systems and they tell you that you can't ask those questions, right? In the lead up to this, I put in loads of naughty words into stuff to see what would happen. And I got kicked off about 3 different services. So probably don't do that. There are services that do allow you to put in naughty things. I sound like an old man, don't I? Naughty things. But it does tell you about the system, right? It tells you about the organization that is presenting this service. It's telling you about what they think, what their internal ideologies are, what is and isn't permissible, and the ethical standing that they have, and that we are giving them the opportunity to have that standing, and are we having a conversation on what we think that should be? Possibly, possibly not. And at the end of the day, it all comes down to a lot of these services are powered and provided by in this apparently evil, but like corporations, and corporations operate in a certain way. We don't get necessarily public sector AIs, and I don't know why. I don't know. I just don't know. It's just mad, right? What are people doing? Like they're just sitting on their laurels. But we should be mindful that corporations operate in a certain structure, capitalism, but they operate for their shareholders. That is basically the way that they are mandated, and they can get taken to court if they don't do those things. So we should be thinking about how we legislate against some of that stuff to put in new rules. We either change the structure of our systems, or we change the government that run our systems, or we do something so that we can't be taken advantage of by, let's say, I'm going to say evil, things which are not in our social interest. Okay. So, before questions, I want to leave you with what I think is going to be absolutely transformational. Okay. So we have a lot of these generative systems right now, and I think people are missing the trick about how to use them. I think all the stuff that we've seen today is really awesome, but the way that we are using our computers over the last 40 years has mostly been like sitting at user interfaces, clicking buttons, typing in text, and having to code stuff into the system to be able to do things that we want to do. That is over. We're going to be able to collaborate with systems using language, right? You can imagine that you talk to a machine and it produces an image. Great. That is what's going on today. Tomorrow it will be a video. The day after that, it will be a whole system which tells you about itself. It can make you a spreadsheet, because that's all we fucking do with computers, all right? Alan Turing is going to be turning in his what's it called, grave. We've got these amazing things and we make spreadsheets. But anyway, we're going to be collaborating with these systems in a more humanistic way and doing really cool things because we can ask it to do stuff. And that, I think, is the future, and I think we should be building that future together in a mindful and respecting way. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ben. Does anybody have any questions? I've got a quick one if no one has one.
Yeah.
So you talk a lot about collaborating with AI, especially at the end there. Do you think AI has a role in helping people make more ethical decisions themselves?
That's a really good question. It's like a meta question, isn't it? Like asking the thing what it thinks about what you need to think about yourselves. So I think yes, but we almost need to like make a decision about like who are the arbiters of our future, right? So it's a bit like the example of the jailing issue. Like we can ask a system, given the data, should this person go to jail? But the question we actually need to ask is, should we be sending people to jail based on an algorithm with some data? Is that okay? And I think that that's shaken out as being kind of not okay. And I think in a similar way, we can decide that actually the place of AI is not making ethical decisions for us, necessarily. And that's just a decision we can make. A bit like GM crops. We made a decision that we're not using GM crops. And we're not doing human cloning. Like, we just make these decisions all the time. And they're really big decisions, and we should be mindful that we can just do that, you know, collaboratively together. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ben. If anybody else got any more questions?
Cool. You can find me afterwards. I'm around for another half an hour or so.
Great. Put your hands together, Ben.
Thank you.
Cool. Next up is Crush from Idomoo to give us an introduction on how their platform gives every viewer a one-of-a-kind experience and what this can mean for customers. Put your hands together for Crush.
Hello. Oh, the clicker. Cool. Is the mic working? There we go. Cool. Hello, everybody. Thanks for inviting me in, first of all. This is a great opportunity to meet a room full of marketeers and talk a little bit about a new technology category that you may or may not have heard of, personalized video. If you Google personalized video, you might see something like Cameo, where you get B-list celebs talking, say happy birthday. It's not that. If I've disappointed you, I'm sorry, but stick with me. I hope to leave you today with a bit of an understanding of what it is, how it works, and why it might be applicable or powerful with your clients, perhaps. So I'll just quickly set the scene, who we are. We're a global leader in the personalization space, been around since 2007, have cross-vertical expertise and global scale. At the heart of everything we do is technology. So we're a platform, first and foremost. It's really the marriage of everything creative, video, live action, animation, tied together with rich data, a lot of automation going on in the back end to deliver one-to-one communication at scale to the heart of your customers. That's really what it is. That sounds very boring, so I'm not going to talk about tech. I'm going to bring it to life with a bit of a story, because everyone likes a good story. And in a world full of cookies, we're going to make a cake. There's a trade-off between Mary Antoinette and Mary Berry. I don't know which one to use, but yeah, we're going to make a cake. And it's not going to be any old cake. It's going to be the exact cake that you want to eat, with the right flavor profile, the right temperature, exactly when you're hungry. You get the gist, it's personalized. So in order to make a cake, we need some ingredients. We need some delicious data. And data in this scenario is going to be the foundation to your cake, right? Everything is propped up by data. You can't begin without it. So to expand on that cookie analogy, we're not talking about cookie-based data. We're talking about things like first-party rich CRM, behavioral data, transactional data, personally recognizable information typically to stay on the right side of regulatory control and the right side of the kind of creepy line where you don't want videos that are, got your date of birth in and your last name. So yeah, typically, things like CRM, I'm sure your clients have rich CRM. You can leverage that to build your cake. Of course, no video is good without any creative. So, you need to start thinking about the decoration of the cake, shall we say, the icing. I can expand on this metaphor time and time again, but really this is about not just the visual side of things, but this is the storyline, how you want your customers to feel when they're watching this video. It's all well and good having rich data, but if the creative is lacking, it's a terrible video at the end of the day. So, yeah, and if we talk about cognition, and we've heard a little bit about that today, as humans, we're processing visuals in a far quicker clip. This is a quote from the 3M Corp research study that's as old as time, but if you translate this from visuals and imagery into video, we're able to process information in a far more sequential manner rather than text, which is very linear and slow, should we say. So when you're storytelling, using video is a fantastic tool. We want to personalize these videos, of course. You've got the data, you've got the creative. How do we make this unique? And this is all really tied together with logic and conditions in the back end, of course. And our customers are expecting this. So this is nothing new. I'm talking to a room full of marketers again after all, but personalization drives business outcomes. So start to think about the unique ways in which you can create conditions and paths and journeys within video that will alter depending on who we're speaking to. What can be personalized? Well, pretty much anything that you can see and hear today when it's underpinned by data. So all audio-visual elements, that could be something quite obvious and pronounced, like the first name, but that's table stakes. We're talking about things that are quite nuanced, right? The music might change depending on what part of the country I live in. We want to send the video out like that. We want to have different scene orchestration depending on age, etc. So really anything, limitless possibilities. Who we're speaking to is the next ingredient, of course. really what I'm trying to hit home here is about, you're going to embark on a project like this, and you've got all your data gathered, you've pulled together the creative teams and the data teams, and everyone's, wanting to do this. There's no point doing this at small scale. So think about scalability. You can reach millions of customers, thousands of customers with these types of interactions. Gone are the days of, video being reserved for the mass marketing only avenue where it's one message to many. It's now one-to-one. So distribution, how are we going to deliver this? Cake. I've stopped using the metaphor. I'm going to start using it again. Where are you going to deliver this cake, right? So in our world, that usually translates to sent via email, of course, SMS, MMS, in an app, in a website. But really, the point here is about the right communication channel for the right use case. I'm going to talk a little bit about use cases and that we see time and time again and the value they deliver. But yeah, really thinking about where's the right home for your message when you're embarking on a project like this. So it would be remiss of me to talk about video without showing some. So I'm going to show you 3 examples. And when you're watching these videos, I want you to think, how many dynamic elements can I see within that video? Like I said earlier, some will be really obvious, data points on a screen, names, etc. But some things are a little bit more nuanced and subtle. So we've got 3 leading clients here, and I hope this video works. So we're going to start with our man Kevin Bacon. And this, the irony is not lost on me. This was a cost of living crisis video, and Kevin in his cushy house in LA somewhere telling us about how to get the most out of our data package. But nevertheless, I'll show you that. Call of Duty, huge scale. Obviously, everyone knows Call of Duty. This is kind of like a wrap-up video. And then Vodafone, iPhone 14 release. So yeah, have a think how many data points you can see.
Look, I know times are tight, and you might be feeling a little constrained right now. But you're with me, and we are making that count now more than ever. So when it comes to you, sense, help like free annual device checkups and super fast repairs in store are designed to keep it working at its best. And like everything else these days, your data also needs to go further. We are doing all we can to help you get more out of your plan. Scroll.
Count on EE, the UK's best network.
Yeah, so Kevin, 40-second video, huge reach and scale, of course, for EE. I'll play about 45 seconds to a minute of this Call of Duty one. It's a bit loud, so. Oh, well, that's Kevin again.
Look, I know that. And you might.
Hello, Claire. The all-new iPhone is here. Get it today on the UK's reliable, award-winning network. Meet iPhone 14. Full of fantastic features. With a 6.1-inch Super Retina an advanced camera system, and crash detection. A vital safety feature that calls for help when you can't.
Cool. So 3 very different examples, one with an actor in it, 2 animation, but we'll do a show of hands. Which one do you think had the least dynamic data points in there? Sorry, do you think EE had the least? Who thinks EE had the least? You would be correct. Oh, well, they're playing again. Here we go. Can we pause them? There we go. Please. 2 of these, yeah, they're playing. They're not, I can't hear them anyway. Yeah, so 5.1 million customers received this video. Only 4 elements in that video. So obviously your first name, your data package, where you live, that kind of stuff. We, over the lifetime of our relationship with Vodafone, have sent tens of millions of videos. This is obviously going to go to everyone that has an iPhone within Vodafone, and you're eligible for the upgrade. And then finally, Call of Duty, crazy scale, right? Hundreds of millions of players. I'm sure there's some in the room who might have received this video. So yeah, 35 dynamic elements, all the data points of the gamers and wrap-ups, that kind of stuff. Super cool. Now, of course, it's all very cool and shiny and a new kind of technology, but there's no point doing this stuff if it doesn't deliver value, right? And your clients will care about this. So I'll talk quickly about 4 key business objectives, if you will, that we see time and time again, and some of the use cases that underpin that you might see. Really powerful tool for welcoming new customers in the onboarding phase, right? You know, you can delight your customers, you can prevent early churn. Sometimes in the telco space as well, call center deflection is a really key variable that we talk about when you over-explain, like their first bill, for example, something really powerful to do. So at the beginning of the customer journey, a very useful tool. In life as well, right? Every way that you're engaging with your customers today, think about if there's text-based comms, email-based comms that you might think would be more succinct and powerful, should we say, in a 60-second, 40-second video. Obviously, as a conversion tool, right? So you're going to drive action with video. We know that. I think the stat today is that most people online will watch 15 seconds of a typical video at most. And if you personalize, you're going to get things like 85% completion rates and 66% clicks on call to action. So if you're trying to drive conversion through video, a very powerful tool. And then, of course, at the end of the journey, when you're trying to keep customers, another very useful way of doing this. So, in conclusion, I'll have some questions at the end. If video killed the radio star, I think personalized video is really changing the game in other ways. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Kurt.
Can you put some echo on his as well?
Thank you, Crush. Does anybody have any questions? Go, Archie.
Date of birth thing and certain kinds of data actually freak people out. Do you have information about specifically what kinds of data people are really uncomfortable about you knowing about them?
Oh, shoe size, that kind of stuff. No, I think, yeah, the reason we also don't use PII data is obviously for regulatory control. We're talking to our customers, but we want to use things that aren't going to tie together exactly where I live with my data package, with my address, with my full name. So staying on the right side of personally recognizable information, first names, that kind of stuff, right? Things that you couldn't identify in a deterministic way. So yeah, anything probabilistic is safe. Yeah, if that answers your question. Cool.
Thank you. Any more questions? Cool.
Cheers.
Put your hands together, please, for Chris.
So yeah, wanted to take you through one of the examples that we've had that have been super successful. So a couple of years ago, we were enlisted by JD and Nike to premiere their new sneaker, which was the Vapor Max 21. Have I got any sneakerheads in the room? I'm seeing some nice drip in there. Okay, cool. Yeah, see you out there. So that's the thing. When it comes to selling products, it can be a bit too obvious sometimes when you just put the product in front of the consumer without a storytelling piece. Now, whilst we all love voiceovers and it's a very safe move, music can also be a safe move because with music, people aren't necessarily looking for you to advertise, but you can still do it in a way that's subtle. So from the example I'll show you, we've done it in quite a subtle way and we achieved over 3.2 billion views on the hashtag. Let's play it.
Okay, so JD have just released the first virtual shoe try-on branding effect on TikTok. It's for the Nike Vapor Max.
I'm 10 tones down in the ends in my night trainers. White papers, fresh out the box looking like flavors. If I give man a tick, then that's life changing. I got 8s and 9s, but the side ranges. And you better know I'm on an Air Max ting. If you step onto my crib, then I will air that ting. Are you ready for the end? Do you really hustle? Grab the JD bag and make it be shuffle.
So there are a few interesting things you may notice here. So for us, this was actually debuting a new piece of technology that TikTok released. So what they did is they created an AR filter where kids who did the best dance to our song were rewarded with a year's worth of Nike trainers. Now, if you put that into monetary value, that's just amazing. But the whole point of the campaign wasn't to sell a product necessarily, but was to create a movement and a new dance. And through music, that's a very organic way to do it. Obviously, it's a lot easier with Nike, who are kind of naturally cool, but this can work for a whole host of brands, and I'll show you some other examples and talk about them soon. So yeah, talked about bespoke music composition, which is one way to engage youth and Gen Z, who are always looking for creative and new ways to be engaged. But I think people don't realize how obvious sonic branding is in our day-to-day lives. Me personally, I'm a Netflix fiend. And yeah, before any Netflix show, you'll hear a really iconic Sonic logo that goes like da-dum. Let's see if it actually plays. No, but I tried it. Come? Let's try it. Ooh. Okay. There it is. And a bit of feedback, why not? And we've got the next one, McDonald's. Or not? Kind of creepy. And then just what's interesting about all those examples is instantly you're reminded of the brand. And that's why sonic branding is a lot more powerful than other forms of advertising, we believe. So with sonic branding, what's interesting is naturally people have an instant association with your brand. So a lot of testing actually goes into this, and we'll get onto that in a second. But yeah, naturally, it's a very intimate form of advertising, audio as a whole. Yeah, with visuals, of course, there's a lot of stimulation. We're always on our phones, but with audio, it's quite an interesting and distinct way to capture someone's attention and create an instant association. And when you think about it stats-wise, only 2.4% of digital advertising spend is on audio, so there's a huge opportunity to differentiate for your clients as well. So yeah, those are 3 really famous examples of sonic logos, which is another form of audio advertising. So yeah, we've talked about the bespoke music compositions on TikTok to engage Gen Z, and these are now the longer forms through sonic branding. Ooh, who here's heard about AI today? I saw some of the other presentations. Probably tired of it, right? I'm not going to bore you, I promise. So we've actually taken an interesting approach to AI. So yeah, most people are talking about AI generation, ChatGPT, but as musicians and people who love music, we thought, what happens if you apply AI to music? So yeah, what we've done is we've combined music, psychology, and a whole bunch of consumers, over 3.5 million of them, and tested what the emotional DNA map of music would look like. And I'll show you a bit more what that looks like. So yeah, for us, what we did is we asked a bunch of consumers to listen to different sounds, and we asked them that if this sound were a person, how would you describe them? And things like happy, daring, bold, confident, luxurious, all of these different attributes came up, and we were able to map them out and actually test them against our AI and train it against our catalog of music. So this is what the emotional DNA map of music looks like. It's being added to every single day. But for us, music isn't about genres. In fact, we want to kill the idea of genres. We want to create moods, feelings, and bring it back to a human place. And that's where advertisers can really benefit. Because with an advert, you shouldn't be trying to sell a product, we believe. You should be trying to sell an experience, an emotion, and an association. That's particularly why things like nostalgia are so powerful, because it brings people back, and then you can make the sale later on in the funnel. So yeah, we've actually created like a brand match. So what we'll do is we'll actually ask a brand, what's your aspirational brand personality? Is it happy? Is it sad? Is it luxurious? Is it daring? Is it bold? And we'll actually create music and different demos and test it through our AI algorithm to see if it actually has a match. This doesn't necessarily guarantee this, but it gives a data-backed approach. Normally, when you go to clients, you're going with subjectivity, which I'm sure all of you guys have dealt with clients that can be quite difficult. But if you're able to give them like a data-backed approach to something like music that's super subjective, it gives you a lot more rigor. So that's something we've recently implemented into our system, and happy to talk more about that later on. So yeah, as we mentioned, we've been super busy this year, 18 months running, and worked with Yo Sushi, JD Sports, and some of the big guys. And yeah, 8 billion views on TikTok so far, 6 figures in rev, Forbes 30 under 30, and recently KPMG's Black Entrepreneur of the Year. But yeah, the main message I'd love to leave with you guys is that music is the joining force for all of us, and advertisers, rather than selling product, can easily use music as a way to subtly do it. And the best way to do that, in particular on social media, is not use a Beyonce track, because you'll probably get sued, but look to work with bespoke music companies, independent artists who have that talent as well, and can probably convey the message that you need and the emotions you need from an advertising campaign. Thank you very much. I'm Ramon from Loud Parade, and I hope you found it a little bit interesting at least.
All right, so here we are. This is it. 2 heavyweights enter the ring. It's going to be a fight to the death. It's going to be absolutely brutal. We're going to see 2 of our best creatives go head to head in a Midjourney battle, and only one will survive. Sorry, I didn't tell you about that when I asked you to take part. So this is my effort at making something interesting for Midjourney, but what we're going to see is Archie and Thomas are going to do some live Midjourney prompting, which is, probably not as exciting as it sounds, because it's just 2 guys hammering over a laptop, but we're going to try and make it exciting. I'm going to give them a couple of challenges, just a sentence, and I want them to interpret it in the most creative way they possibly can. When we see both of their results, they'll be up on the screen at the same time. I'm going to ask you guys for a little indication of which you think is the best. You can be as partisan or as neutral as you like. And then at the end, we're going to declare a winner, and the other one gets pushed down the stairs. We're going to start. Are you contestants ready? Actually, I got to tell you that Thomas actually made some ChatGPT smack talk. So he's generated some lines from AI to really get in Archie's head. So I'm going to read out some of those to you while we're working as well. Don't underplay your talents. Right, so I'm going to give them a prompt first. They've never seen this before. This is a real-time challenge. Oh yes, come and sit up here on stage. Yeah, people need to see you. Archie and Thomas, everyone, round of applause, please. All right, you'll have to look over your shoulders to see the prompts though. So your first instruction is this. A hugely popular brand wants to launch a range of food and beverages. This is its first product. A hugely popular brand wants to launch a range of food and beverages. This is its first product. Okay, I'm going to give you 3 minutes. So while we're doing that, I figured this would be a bit boring to have two people just sat on a stage coding, and also I don't trust in my own talents to just improvise for 3 minutes at a time. So I did get them to do a little bit of homework ahead of time, which I'm going to show to you while they're tapping away. Also, if Midjourney goes down during this, if it's out of service or anything, this whole thing is off. So fingers crossed for that. So while they're working away, I asked them, interpret this. Climate activists have discovered this breakthrough travel method. Climate activists have discovered this breakthrough travel method, and here are their results. Archie has gone for the daredevil on a shark look. Incredibly carbon neutral. Whereas Thomas has gone for an existing form of transit and has upgraded it to the more modern era, taking the old London Route Master and adding an extra floor on top. Obvious limitations with the shark one is that you have to be traveling across water. Obvious limitations with the bus is that you can't go under any low bridges. So I'm going to ask you, by a little show of hands, who thinks traveling by shark is the future of low climate impact? Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'm taking a rough count of that. So, by a show of hands, who thinks the triple-decker bus is the future of green transport? Oh, it's right down the middle. I'm going to have to make a call. By a show of hands, who doesn't care? 2. Okay, 2 people do not care. I bet they're fans of Top Gear. Gas-guzzling cars don't give a shit about the environment. All right. How are you doing, you two? Okay, I'm still going to have to improvise a little bit, aren't I? Has anybody here used Midjourney? Does anybody here not know what Midjourney is? Couple of people. All right, so Midjourney, while we're talking about this, is an image generation AI. You type in the text, the description of what you want, and it gives you an image back as a result. It's almost like doing an image search, but it's searching for images that have never existed before. So it enables you to create images on demand. So guys, I'm going to ask you to upscale your favorite choice, or if you haven't got time to upscale it, just drop in your thumbnails, drop them into the moderator channel, and we're going to bring those up in real time anytime now. Oh, I should have read out one of Thomas's SmackDown lines while we're doing that as well, shouldn't I? Hold on a second. These are brutal, and not in a good way. Hang on. Okay. My AI is going to blow your mind with its next image. Burn, sick burn. You can't compete with the creativity of my AI-generated design. All right, how are we looking? Jono? Where's Jono? Okay, Jono's just going to drop those image results into our deck. Then I'll need Greg to quit when we're ready, quit presentation mode and go back in, and we'll be able to show them live as they're happening. You're no match for my machine learning capabilities. Well, me? Okay. Are we in? We live? We done? All right, here are our results. So I said a hugely popular brand wants to launch a range of food and beverages. This is its first product. How about that? Very good. Both gone for Nike. Very much reading the energy of the room. So that's Nike. What is that? Just a generic soft drink, Archie? It's a can of water. Nike water. Yours is like bringing the beach to you in a box. Porridge. Oh, it looked like sand. Okay. All right, a box of Nike with porridge. All right, by a show of hands, let's do it the opposite way this time. Who thinks that the best product is the Nike porridge? Oh, thank you, thank you. I said you can be partisan, so that's fine. We got a little whoop down there, so that counts in your favor. And who thinks it's the Nike water? Yeah. Yeah. All right. Next challenge, and again, they've never seen this one before. Scientists recently discovered the multiverse, infinite destinations in time and space. We used it to find a unique location for an influencer photo shoot. So you can travel anywhere in places that exist, places that never existed as far as we know. You can travel at any point in time, far to the past, far to the future, but we're going to use it to photograph an influencer in. So while they're tapping away, here's a second piece of homework. I asked them, I'm sticking to the time travel theme, sticking to the Doctor Who theme. You are a time traveling photographer with one shot and one opportunity. What will it be? Here are the results. Archie has gone for the filming of the moon landings. Archie is a secret QAnon person on the sly. Believe nothing. Thomas has gone for, I'm guessing, that's a German man trying to drown baby Hitler. When I first saw this image, I thought, how do we know that baby is Hitler? It doesn't have a mustache. And then I remembered, babies don't have mustaches. So baby Hitler would not have looked like Hitler. So, show of hands. Who thinks the time-traveling photographer, which one was the best? Was it being behind the scenes at the faked moon landings? A few. Or was it drowning baby Hitler? Well done, everybody. We had to talk about AI ethics earlier. That's not the type of thing we were talking about, but I think it certainly fits. So while they're chatting away, time for more AI smack talk. Are you joking? Is it going to? All right. Can everybody here speak Portuguese, Brazilian Portuguese? Oh, we've got a couple. Okay. All right. So you can sing in English. It's obviously happy birthday to you. In Portuguese, it's parabéns para você. So let's, in whichever language you choose. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Thomas. Happy birthday to you. All right, let's have your final results into the moderator channel, please, gentlemen. Okay, oh, this one. Here's another smackdown. I've trained my AI to dominate this competition. You're no match. My AI is always one step ahead. You'll never catch up. People say that ChatGPT is the future, and I'm just not feeling it with this stuff. Okay, how are you doing? All right. If I was a time-traveling photographer, I would go back and see a dinosaur and take a picture of a dinosaur, because I think that would be extremely valuable, a picture of a dinosaur, for our knowledge and financially as well. Just a fun fact about me, I love dinosaurs. Are we done? We in? We ready? Okay, so I asked them, or I said to them, scientists recently discovered the multiverse, infinite destinations in time and space. We used it to find a unique location for an influencer photo shoot. Oh, Archie, is that Willy Wonka's chocolate factory? Just a... Oh, I didn't even realize you were... I genuinely didn't see you were working on a picture of dinosaurs there. That's very cool. So that's exactly what I would have done. So personally speaking, that's my favorite. But which one was your favorite? Do you think if you could travel to the multiverse to any point in time, whether it exists or not, because everything is a possibility, you would travel to take a picture of Willy Wonka and his chocolate factory? Oh, that's good. A slow raise of hands, but it came there. Or would you travel back to, is that the Natural History Museum, or just dinosaurs time, dinosaur times? Would you travel to dinosaur times? All right, very good. I'm not really making a note of these. I'm just going to use my own judgment at the end and announce the winner. Okay, final live challenge. The latest client campaign needs a photo of a pet displaying an extreme human emotion. So the latest client campaign needs a photo of a pet displaying an extreme human emotion. So while we hear the clack, clack, clack of the keyboards going on there, let's go to round number 3, round number 5, I've lost count. Round number 6, this was their homework round. I asked them as their homework to replicate this image of a dog having its birthday, and again, pure coincidence, I did not know it was Thomas's birthday. Pure coincidence, it's a dog celebrating its birthday. I asked them both to replicate that image as closely as they could. These were their responses. Without trying to show any bias, I think Archie's done fucking well there. I do like Tomas's dog a bit more because it's just like, I don't know, slightly more aggressive. But Archie, I think, has come closest to replicating that. But I don't want to bias your opinions. On a show of hands, who thinks Tomas nailed that? A few, well done. And who thinks Archie was the winner with that one? I'm going to go with Tomas as well. Okay, we'll give them a couple more minutes while they're working on that. What else can I tell you about? Does anybody have any questions about Midjourney or generative AI in general? Because I know we've talked about it a lot today. I especially have talked about it a lot. But does anybody have anything they want to ask me? Does anybody have any requests for songs? Does anybody want to hear more jokes written by ChatGPT? I actually heard a yes for that, and I can't believe it. All right. Here we go. My AI-generated images are the future of design. You're stuck in the past. It's not really smack talk, but it's all right. You're about to witness the power of machine learning in action. That's not really smack talk at all, is it? All right, this is the final round. I think we should probably give the winner an Easter egg, don't you? Yeah. No, we can't all be winners. That's a lesson that you should learn in life. Not everybody can be a winner. The winner is the winner by definition. But we could give one of the runners-up an egg as well. Okay. How are you getting on, guys? Can you upscale your results? Anybody else got a birthday today? No. Sorry? How are we going? Jono? No, I meant how are we going with the images? We're getting there. All right. Really should have thought up a routine for this stuff, shouldn't I? Nice dogs, though. Okay, good. Yeah, Greg's got a refresh. All right. So, we asked them, the latest client campaign needs a photo of a pet displaying an extreme human emotion. And the results are, Jesus. So Archie has gone for a furious Highland cow. Tomas has gone, sorry? Not a pet, technically. He's trying to get him in trouble. Throw him under the bus a little bit there. So Archie has gone for an extremely furious Highland cow. Tomas has gone for a wistful dog. What's the extreme emotion you were going for? Boredom. An extremely bored dog. All right. So final show of hands. Who likes the extremely bored slash slightly wistful? Oh, the dog was popular. Extremely popular. Oh, I genuinely thought Archie had done that with this because that cow is furious. Furious cow? It's a good showing. That's a good showing overall. Okay. So based on the results and based on my own judgment, I have to say, I didn't want to tell you this because I thought it might prejudice you, and it's his birthday, but he has just come back from a long shoot in South Africa. But unfortunately, sucks for him because Archie is the winner. Yeah. So, yeah, thank you very much for making me to stand up here and talk nonsense, but for being amazing, fantastic creatives. We're going to give you both a Cadbury's Fruit and Nut, Dairy Milk, Easter egg. Thank you all, everybody, for coming. As beautifully modeled. Thank you, Max. Right, so that is the end of our scheduled presentation. Thank you. Yours will taste great because you're the winner. Yours will taste like ashes because you are just the runner-up. So thank you very much to everybody. We will be having, we've finished a little bit ahead of time, but we will be having like some live music in here. It's live music like you've probably never seen before. It's all going to be coded on an old Game Boy. And then there's going to be live visuals with that streamed over the internet from his companion in Germany. So it's going to be an international Game Boy live programmed audio visual set, and I guarantee we're playing drum and bass and house. I guarantee you've never seen that before. So just want to say a quick thank you to absolutely everybody. Did you get me a list, Kate, of everybody? Shall I just do it generally? Just want to say, like, oh, there's so many, because I can't remember everybody's name who was involved. Tons of people were involved. Alex Dolman for being the, like, cracking the whip on us. Otherwise, there's genuine, like, and I mean that in a good way. This would not have happened without Alex really driving it forward. Max, Jono, Kate, Greg. Who else have we got? Is Kate here? Did you get me that list, Kate? Please tell me everybody's names. Martina, Lola. Here we go. Sorry, I didn't check my email. I need to put my glasses on. Sorry. Alex, me, Jono, Max, Kate, Greg, Rob, Martina, Lola, Freya, Catherine, Lucy, Mark Stone, all of office support, all of our speakers, everybody here for coming along. So thank you. Big round of applause for all the organizers. Thank you. Please, please, please. Thank you.